Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Future of Schools, Overcoming the COVID-19 Challenge and Beyond. We'd like to share that on track 1, we have a keynote on Future of Education by Salman Khan, founder and CEO, Khan Academy. This session is going to start at 9:30 a.m. Please follow the link to track 1 in the chat box in your Zoom panel. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Future of Schools, Overcoming the COVID-19 Challenge and Beyond. We'd like to share with you that our track 1 is hosting a keynote on Future of Education by Salman Khan, founder and CEO of Khan Academy at 9:30 a.m. Please note this session is on track 1, the link to which is in the chat box in the Zoom panel. We will begin our first session on track 2 at 10:20 a.m. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to track 2 of the largest virtual K-12 conference, Future of Schools, Overcoming the COVID-19 Challenge and Beyond, brought to you by Ashoka University. In addition to this platform, the conference is also live on the Ashoka University YouTube channel and Facebook page. We have a very interesting lineup of keynote addresses and panel discussions brought to you today. A glimpse of what's in store. At 10:20 on track 1, there is a session titled The Changing Life of the Teacher, Competencies in Careers, moderated by Ramya Venkatraman. Following that are some stellar keynote speakers, including Mr. Nandan Nilekhani, Deepak Parekh, Manoj Ahuja, and Bridget T. Long. These are going to be very enriching and engaging and insightful sessions. You wouldn't want to miss them. The link to track 1 is provided in the chat box. On track 2, we will continue with our theme of adaptive leadership. Our first session is a discussion titled Circle of Time for Well-Being, where our panelists aim to address the importance of mental health awareness among educators and leaders. Moderating this very interesting discussion, which I think is weighing on a lot of our minds and is an area of growing concern as we all deal with this new reality, is Dr. Arvinder Singh, psychologist and psychotherapist. She is founder and director of the Ashoka Center for Wellbeing at Ashoka University and Listening Circles Healing Spaces. Both these initiatives work on creating emotionally safe spaces for mental health concerns. Over the last 25 years, Dr. Singh's work has spanned geographies and focused largely on trauma-informed, community-based therapeutic interventions. Dr. Singh, I invite you to take this discussion forward. And for the audience, a reminder, please post any questions you may have in the Q&A box that is in the Zoom panel. Thank you, Dr. Singh. Over to you.
Thank you, Gitanjali, for the very kind introduction. Namaskar, good morning, and a very warm welcome to all of you this morning in Circle Time for Wellbeing. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to be a part of such an important conversation that engages with the ever-evolving role of education, educators, school leaders, and parents, especially so in these extraordinary times. It's established now that education can no longer be defined through the lens of 3 Rs, and it must now look at building not just academic rigor, but also emotional robustness of its students, prepare them to meet challenges, ask the right questions, be curious, and be creative problem solvers. To achieve all of this, it is important that we weave positive mental health and well-being into the very fabric of the education system and school system. Given the stresses we all cope with, there is an increasing need to create emotionally safe spaces for our students to enable them to be aware of their emotions, build resilience, and to help them identify their own voices, build their own narratives. And I must say, all of this requires a huge amount of work. More importantly, collaborative efforts from all its stakeholders, the educators, staff, parents, school leaders, indeed, the whole village. Our discussion today explores what constitutes mental health and well-being. How does it impact learning? Why now? And how can we do so with our existing resources? Do we have a role in improving the well-being, even though we may not have the professional skill set or a degree in psychology? To answer all these and many more questions you may have, we have 3 very distinguished panelists today with their expertise in the field of psychology, psychiatry, and mentoring. Let me briefly introduce our panelists for the session. Dr. Amit Sen. Dr. Sen is a child and adolescent psychiatrist and has been in this field for more than 30 years. His main work has been in the area of service development, community outreach, awareness building, and advocacy. Dr. Sen is the co-founder and director of Children First, a multidisciplinary institute that provides clinical and community-based services, training and research in child and adolescent mental health. Welcome to the panel, Dr. Sen. Our next panelist, Nupur D. Peva. Nupur is a chartered clinical psychologist, associate fellow with the British Psychological Society, child psychotherapist, and a mother of two. She started Family Tree, a child and adolescent mental health team in 2018. She's the author of Love and Rage, The Inner Worlds of Children. Along with her husband, Richard Peva, she's the co-founder of The Art of Sport, a development program for girls using sport and group therapy. Thank you for joining us today, Nupur.
Thank you very much, Arvinder.
Our third panelist, Stefan Harmon, has joined us from Santa Barbara, USA. Stefan is a German-born author and social entrepreneur who founded his more than for-profit organization, Generations Mentoring, which works in the area of empowering communities to mentor youth, both boys and girls, into healthy, mature adulthood. He works with communities across US, Europe, and India. His methodology is focused on connecting students to themselves, to each other, and older people. This, I must say, has a special significance today when the youth and older people are getting more isolated. An interesting fact about Stefan is that he has been a professional tennis player and ranked in the top 100 worldwide. Thank you, Stefan, for joining, even though I know it's way past your bedtime. We will have our panelists now present for 8 minutes each, and after all the presentations are over, the panel will address your questions and queries. As Gitanjali has said, you may send your questions in the Q&A box. Let's now begin our session with Dr. Sen, who will talk to us about neurodevelopment during school years and its impact on learning. Over to you, Dr. Amit Sen.
Thank you very much, Arvinder, for inviting me and having me as a part of this wonderful gathering. Good morning to you all. Let me, to start with, share my PPT with you, and then we can start today's discussion. So my topic is to address mental health and education in the times of COVID-19. These are strange times indeed. I mean, I know that, I'm in the midst of a large gathering of hundreds of people, but I can't see more than two. Although I do feel electronically connected. So yeah, let's get on with what this really means, what the COVID, virus has done to our world. So COVID is indeed a phenomena like we have never seen before. And these are definitely unprecedented times. And there's this constant and palpable threat and fear that we experience pretty much all the time. Some real, of course, but some are imagined. It has indeed taken away the security and safety that we so take for granted. And also has posed instead these unsettling questions about life and death. If I were to liken it to anything, it'll be, the COVID-19 pandemic is like a massive natural disaster, like a huge earthquake or tsunami, but at a global scale. And it's still ongoing. And that's the most unnerving part of it. We just don't know when this is going to end. So the way we have handled it, I think globally, has also caused a lot of panic and worry about it. The lockdowns, for instance, as we have experienced it in our country, has for instance, disrupted daily life. And by that, I mean the regular things that we do, which we usually don't think about: getting up in the morning, for children going to school, coming back, being in the safe environment of home, having lunch, doing homework, going out to play, coming back, meeting parents, all of those things. And similarly for adults to go to work or to whatever they do in the community. All that routine, that structure that it provides us, daily life, that has gone away. In the beginning, for the first few days when the lockdown came, many of the children, particularly the young ones, were thrilled. Absolutely, they were thrilled to be at home, not having to go to school, had their parents throughout the day. But it lasted, I can tell you, all of 2 weeks. And after that, people were pulling their hair out, both the kids and the parents that had enough of each other. The sleep cycle was going all awry. The eating patterns were going out of the window, and there was a breakdown of this anchor, that we otherwise take solace from, and the scaffolding and the emotional safety that we feel from the routine and the rhythms of daily life. And then of course there was this institutional breakdown of schools and colleges completely coming to a halt, offices closing, people beginning to lose their jobs, pay cuts, and that caused so much of anxiety and taking away of the role that gives us an identity in life. Yet again there was a breakdown of anchor and identity. And then of course there was a loss of all the choices that we can make about deriving pleasure and joy and anything that is meaningful, whether it is a walk in the park in the morning and listening to the birds, or going for a cup of coffee with your good friend in the evening, or indeed going and catching a movie in a cinema, or a live show of the favorite musician who's in town, or celebrating birthdays and other milestones in workplaces, amongst the family, and that also went away. So this disconnect from the sense of self, which we so again yet take for granted, because it's out there. It's our connections is what makes who we are, and the sense of community that we get, the sense of togetherness and being in it all together, that also went away in a big way. So the meaning in life also got jeopardized and got challenged. And of course, we felt a range of emotions, from frustration, helplessness, disbelief, and hopelessness. But the predominant ones were those of fear and anxiety of what is going to happen. And this breakdown of all the infrastructure that kind of challenges what we take for granted, what gives us security, what gives us trust in our environment and people around us, the infrastructure and the institutions around us, that went away. And that is traumatic. And we have to now bear the aftermath of it. And indeed, in the beginning, it was all about the physical threat, but now the emotional aspects of it is beginning to unfold. So let's have a look at the mental health aspects of things in any case. So already prevailing, it was, what was prevailing in terms of mental health concerns has been alarming over the last 2 decades at least. For instance, WHO said that 20% of adolescents have diagnosable mental health conditions in 2015, and they predicted that by 2020 it's going to rise by another 50%, which means 30% of these adolescents would have diagnosable mental health conditions. And with this COVID, it's probably gone up through the roof, right? 25% of young people by the time they're 18 suffer from clinical depression. And when you go to colleges, it becomes even worse. In 2019, in a large-scale study across various countries, showed that 35% of first-year college students suffered from clinical depression. That is shocking indeed. Yeah, and India, of course, has many such dubious distinctions. And one of them is that it has the highest teenage and young adult suicide rates in the world. So over on top of that, now we have the impact of COVID, which is likely to unfold over months and years to come, right? And these mental health difficulties affect growth and development in profound ways, including education and intellectual development, physical health, social development, and most importantly, emotional development, which forms the core of mental health and learning in children. So let's have a look at it from a neurodevelopmental point of view. Now, these are, functional scans of the brains of kids who are from 5 years of age, as you can see on the screen on the left, to 20. And you can see the colorful parts of the brain which depicts the extent of maturity. So although the size of the brain doesn't change through these years from 5 to 20, or even right through adulthood, but you see the red zones and the red, orange, and yellows are the immature parts of the brain. And as the child grows, you can see that the greens and blues and indigos take over, and those are the mature parts of the brain. And this is depicting of, or it is reflective of, the complex set of connections and very robust connections that are formed as a result of life experiences, of learning. And one of those life experiences or spaces for it is in schools, is through education. So education is a large part to play in the way the brain forms and the neurodevelopment takes place. And in fact, the key thing that happens in the brain, and this is a inside view of the brain, if you like, right? And here you can see the structures of the brain from, if you took a section right from the middle. And what you find is that there is a system system of circuits sitting right in the middle, which is depicted in blue here, which is called the limbic system. And that houses all the feelings and emotions of every kind, our motivations, our drives, our impulses. And indeed, you can imagine how during adolescence, particularly, this part of the brain is throbbing, which is why young people are so intense in their feeling. They're impulsive, they're curious, they're driven to experiment with so many things in life. And what begins to balance that out is the prefrontal lobes, which is right in the front, below our, behind our forehead and just above the eyes. And it is also called the chief executive, or the orchestra of the brain. And this part of the brain is given to thinking, logical thinking, impulse control, reflections, and so on. And all through the years, through adolescent years, from 10, 11, 12, right up to 25 years age, this process of balancing out happens. And indeed, if the balancing is good, if the emotions are well tempered, then the young person begins to feel more stable, more secure. And indeed, emotional safety becomes one of the key things in determining how the child learns, how the child relates to the outside world. So let's look at education. How does this emotional safety relate to education? And holistic education, I'm sure most of you would agree, is a buzzword since the last 2-3 decades. And most of the progressive schools are actually adopting something similar to that. It started in the 1980s. And just to put it out there, holistic education is not a fixed ideology, but an open-ended attempt to embrace the complexity and wholeness of human life. And indeed, it addresses all aspects of human development, including intellectual, emotional, physical, creative, and even spiritual. On the other hand, what is mental health? If you look at the WHO definition now, mental health is the mental and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. Now, this is important. It is not merely the absence of disease. Indeed, it embraces a state of well-being in which an individual realizes their own potential, is able to deal with the normal stresses of life, be productive, and contribute to the larger community. So, can you see the overlap between the two? How holistic education and mental health is so overlapping. And indeed, I don't think we can escape the impact of mental health on education anymore, especially with the times that we are living in. So then, given the kind of understanding, how do we equip our children best? Do we teach them calculus? Do we help them to improve in reading and writing, or do we teach them about cybercrime, or maybe anger management? Or what about preparing them for a nuclear disaster, perhaps a tsunami or the next pandemic? How about sexual abuse and crimes against women? And what about the materialistic culture, the warped politics, and the corruption that are plagues our world today? Over and above all that we are going through in the physical world and the threat of this little microbe. Or should we prepare them to be adaptive, to be emotionally intelligent, to change with times, think on their feet, be creative? Should we prepare them to answer questions that we ask, or help them to develop the capability to ask relevant questions themselves and find their own answers? Indeed, the answer is for education and mental health to come together, and in prevention and building emotionally safe spaces. I hope I'm able to communicate through the neurodevelopment model, through the kind of impact it has had on mental health, through the current crisis, how important being emotionally safe is for children to be able to learn, to be able to grow as holistic, compassionate, empathetic, thinking, reflective human beings, and which is the need of the hour indeed, right? And circle time, in fact, becomes a very important part of the whole infrastructure that schools and educations have to build, I believe, right? And circle time is not just a weekly or a monthly thing. It is about life skills as daily practice. Now, how many of you would say that, teaching maths once in a month or once in a quarter will suffice for people to, even if you did a fantastic workshop on it? And that's indeed how mental health is looked at. Typically speaking, in schools, in educational institutions, you will have an expert coming in at the beginning of the term, or maybe sometimes if schools are really proactive, they'll come 2-3 times. Some of the schools do circle time maybe once in a week, but it's not a daily thing. If you can fathom the complexity of these skills that children need to learn, their understanding of their own selves and their world outside, and how they have to negotiate through that. Circle time and life skills needs to be a daily practice. It has to be woven into the fabric of the education system. And that's where inclusive education comes in. And inclusive education is not just about having a counselor or a few special educators. It's about attitudinal changes right from the the security guard to the didis and caregivers in the junior schools, to teachers, to the management and the governing body, and to be able to build that awareness and sensitivity about emotional needs and the accommodations and support that children need at different stages. A children with a learning disability, a child whose family has got affected by the COVID virus, a child from a broken family, or protect children from bullying. All those things need to be addressed. And of course, we need to develop a system of early identification of symptoms and signs of all the mental health difficulties children go through, have a networking and referral system in place. And finally, and I think school has to play a very, very central role here, is to build a community of concern for our children. And this is, when disasters happen, when crises come, we look towards schools to build these spaces. For instance, when the Gujarat earthquake took place about 18 years ago, and some of the small towns and villages were ground to dust, the first thing that came up on tents were the schools. And the schools provided that nurturing environment for children and then families to come together again, and to be able to weave the fabric of society. And I think teachers, educators, schools, and policymakers have a huge role in doing that. So I'm going to stop here with this tapestry of ideas that I've thrown at you, and wait for questions if there are any towards the second half of this forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sen, for that very interesting presentation. Indeed, we need to move from the illness model to the well-being model. And building on how to develop this well-being, sense of well-being in our children, we have our next panelist, Nupur Peva. Nupur.
Thank you, Arvinder. I'm just going to share my screen here. Hopefully everyone can see that. Okay. I want to thank Dr. Sen for really making this so much simpler for me to dovetail into by talking about how mental health now is, and school is really where it happens. It's going to start needing to happen, and not in a once a month kind of way, but in a daily kind of way. So I'm going to be talking about building emotional resilience in children. So I want to talk very briefly about resilience or information. It comes from being able to respond in the face of high emotion. Like Dr. Sen said, do we want children to answer the questions that we have set for them, or do we want them to be able to come up with the questions they have? I have a quote here from Rudyard Kipling, and it says, if you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs, if you can trust yourself when all doubt you, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating. Kipling here is describing emotional resilience. When Abraham Lincoln writes to his son's teacher saying, teach him if you can to the wonders of books, but also give time to ponder the extreme mystery of birds in the sky, bees in the sun, and flowers on a green hill. Teach him to have faith in his own ideas, even if everyone tell him they are wrong. Try to give my son the strength not to follow the crowd when everyone else is doing it. To live this life will require faith, love, and courage. Abraham Lincoln is writing about emotional resilience. This is what provides inoculation against severe emotional distress, debilitating anxiety, deep depression, self-harm, and suicidal thoughts. The stuff that we loosely call mental health issues, and something many educators are familiar with. Because let's face it, you cannot teach someone concepts when they are struggling with issues of self-esteem or worse. And yet it is educators in schools, through what may be considered the most mundane of activities, who can help children build this resilience. Today, we do understand education to be beyond literacy and numeracy. We understand that today's educators have to help children learn to analyze, think, and question, even when we know that those questions will be directed at us. But for their mental well-being, we need to help children reflect and introspect on the one thing that they cannot learn from anyone else, which is about themselves, who they are, who they want to be, what makes them tick, what makes them miserable, what turns them on. We have to educate children on self-awareness, because for everything else, there's Google. I'm going to take a simple concept of reading. Reading way beyond literacy and way beyond reading to gather information. Reading is the simplest route to introspection and self-awareness, therefore to building emotional resilience. Many of us as parents and educators are lured, almost seduced by the idea that we could get our children to express themselves in words. If they can tell us what's going on in them, then we can help them. But we also know that our questions are often met with standard responses. Like, you ask a child what they did at school today, and 90% of the time, the answer is nothing. Or you're met with silence. Or you're told, I don't know. So going beyond the fact that they might be defiant or bored or tired or simply disinterested in engaging with you, consider the possibility that many times children do not actually know how to explain themselves, especially when it comes to emotions. Teachers know that the way reading progresses, recognition comes before construction. So in the world of emotions as well, recognition comes first. Books and stories for pleasure, for nurturance, for a sense of satisfaction, for a good feed, not for grades, not for a book review, and not for even for a discussion. Reading, especially in COVID-19 times, attends to our losses, loneliness, friendlessness, endless time, and the uncertainty that we live with. Through characters in books, we can find our own unexpressed emotional worlds recognized and attended to. And after all, that is the first step to mental well-being, acknowledging our internal state. This is one of the simplest and most fundamental things that mental health practitioners the world over do. We listen. We help you to reflect on you. A book will never abandon you. It will always be there for you. And you don't even have to speak to it. The other concept is play. To learn that we rarely succeed at a thing as easily as or as promptly as we might wish is something that's best learned at an early age when habits are being formed. And then the lesson can be assimilated fairly painlessly. A child learns, if she can bear it, that she need not give up in despair if a block doesn't balance neatly on another block the first time, or the third time, or even the fifth. She learns to try and try again. But she will not learn this if her educators and her parents are only interested in success, if they praise her only for the end result. A child will only learn to tolerate frustration, to persevere and hang in there if she is praised for tenacity and effort. Physical play does all of this with very little classroom input. Plus, it releases pent-up aggression. It teaches teamwork, collaboration, not just competition, and it builds character, especially when we lose. Imaginary play, on the other hand, for which we don't even need to leave the house, is about enjoying your own company. And this is really something that's been put to good test in a COVID lockdown. To find pleasure in solitude is a useful skill, and it is also a sign of emotional maturity. It is a tyranny to always need the company of others. Can we permit children, our children, to have the room for imagination, to be irrational and illogical and daydreaming, without the need to be in response mode to the outside world or to our questions as teachers and parents. Because then we are really helping them to build resilience against boredom, helping them build self-esteem and capacity, all through play. You will all meet children who have lost family members, those who have lost all semblance of normalcy in their lives during this pandemic, and you will meet those who are struggling with lower family incomes, as well as domestic violence in the home. Many children will not have anyone attending to their emotional world. You as educators, you can help, even through a screen. Circle time is a very simple concept. It's an elegant concept, which is basically of children gathering in small, closed groups, which creates a safe space. They come together to talk and share through stories or experiences, not to listen to a lecture or to listen to ideas that the adult who is the facilitator brings in. It's led by a facilitator who keeps the agenda alive and minimizes disruption. And children are invited to talk about experiences where they know it will be met with a listening ear and with no judgment. And this can be done online as well with a little bit of practice. I'm putting up a short list of local websites which actually have stories available for free and in various local Indian languages, with pictures available for children to read even on smartphone screens. Story Weaver, Tulika Books, and even Audible, if reading is still difficult, you can have, and these are all available for free. For those of you who might want a deeper dive into children's emotional worlds, there is a book I wrote called Love and Rage, The Inner Worlds of Children. And it can help us go through what we can do when we work and we live with children. With that, I'm going to stop. Thank you very much. And just give me a second to stop the screen share.
Thank you very much, Nupur, for helping us see the power of stories in building resilience in children. We move to our next and final panelist, Stefan Herman, who will share his experiences on mentoring youth and working in groups. Over to you, Stefan.
Thank you so much, and greetings from Santa Barbara, California. This is a place I call home for the last 20 years, but I have been coming to India for about 2 decades, initially for my own spiritual development and just out of curiosity for the beautiful and so different culture than what I experienced growing up in Germany. But I do have a home literally, but also very much in my heart and in my soul in India. I live in a part of Pune called Deccan Gymkhana, and I have a small studio there for about the last 3 years and spend about 7 to 8 months out of the year working on my youth mentoring program called Generations Mentoring. And I was privileged to be welcomed in Pune by a good friend who organized what she called the Principals Roundtable. This is about 4 years back now. And Principals Roundtable sounded like the perfect opportunity for me to introduce my program to local principals and schools. And unfortunately, she said, really sorry, I can't answer your request positively for probably another year or so before you can give a presentation to our principals. And then about 2 days later, she calls me and she says, the speaker who is actually scheduled to give a presentation in 2 days just canceled on me. Would you be willing to step in? And of course, I took that opportunity. And ever since people often ask me, like, why did you choose Pune? And I always feel in that moment, Pune chose me to bring this program to India, which I have taken to many places around the planet, because the need for social emotional development is prevalent everywhere. I've taken the program to South Africa, to parts of Europe. The base program, which was targeting just boys initially, was called Boys to Men. And it has been received with open arms in India, even though the concepts are, they are simple as Nupur just, I think you called it elegant and simple, Nupur. They are simple, they are very simple, but at the same time, the concepts of implementing are not that easy, because so much of the adult mind is conditioned around giving advice and coming from an attitude that tells students in very subtle ways, there's something broken about you, there's something not okay with you. That message comes through so often in our interactions. They need to be fixed, and in my experience, that is so much not true. Children don't need fixing, they don't need to be repaired. As a matter of fact, there's a famous quote by the American poet Frederick Douglass that says, "It is easier to raise a healthy child than to repair a broken man." So children, as they come onto the planet, they bring an incredible awareness and wisdom which often we as adults are not very effective in utilizing, because we tend to have a top-down approach and think that kids need our advice, when in fact they are very well equipped to find their own path. So probably you have heard this, that scientists are nowadays saying that by the year 2050, 70% of all the jobs that people will do are not even invented yet. You think about that just for a second. 30 years from now, a 10-year-old would be kind of at the peak time of his professional engagement. The jobs that these kids will be doing are not even invented. So what are we actually preparing them for? How is the change that they need in how we relate to them, how are we manifesting that away from knowledge and information? Again, Nupur said so eloquently, they find all of that in Google. There is an answer for those things that require information and knowledge. So it's something different. It is resilience. It is ways of knowing oneself. It is ways of knowing other people and their emotions, and how to communicate with each other in ways that that really help us to create community at a level that we currently don't have. And the COVID-19 crisis has probably made that very clear, that family, as wonderful as it works in some instances, for many people, family can be a very difficult minefield, especially for the young people. There is too much of the old conditioning and too little of listening and engagement there that would help children to navigate in a positive way. And I hear it all the time from the peer mentors who were training in this program. As a matter of fact, the very first batch of peer mentors that we trained in Pune just recently contacted me and said, "We would really like your support, your coaching in starting our own circles, because we need that so much, especially in these times. We need to be in communication with each other." And then they said, "And we don't want you in the circle because we want to run them by ourselves." And I thought that was just so gratifying for me, that they feel confident that they can run their own circle. So that is actually what we do. So for the first 2 years, while living in Pune most of the time, I trained eighth graders to be peer mentors for sixth graders in group sessions. We heard that in the prior presentations already. Circle time, very, very important to provide a safe environment in which children have an opportunity to express themselves versus, and that was mentioned as well, and I know this from practice, how difficult it is as a facilitator to not dominate a circle with my facilitation or topics that I find interesting, rather let them find their own topics and talk about those things that really matter to them. So 2 years after establishing this program in Pune, we had a scientific evaluation done by the University of Pune. Dr. Natu, a very senior researcher in the field of education, and she came up with a wonderful praise for our program, finalizing everything maybe in the words, this program is the need of the hour. So we felt very, very supported. Obviously, we do need some adults in these circles as facilitators, as listeners, and reminding the peer mentors and also the sixth graders that we do want to stay away from anything that has to do with giving advice and applying so many of these old concepts of mentoring, but to rather find a contemporary, more modern approach to mentoring. And so the structure is very simple. We train some adult mentors. Oftentimes those are the counselors in the schools and some people who live in the community and who are able to spare a little time. Ideally, they are retirees that have time and are able to come to the schools and join us in the circles. And the consistency is a really important aspect of that. And then we train the peer mentors, and then the sixth graders are joining the circle. So there's typically about 3 to 4 adult mentors, 5 to 6 peer mentors, and then up to 20 total in the circle. We'll fill it with sixth graders. And I have a large reservoir of moving stories of what actually happens in these circles when these kids are starting to feel safe enough to really express themselves. There's such a need out there, and I believe that the educational system needs to address that, make those changes away from that strong focus on academics and going more into the social emotional development field. Now, I do want to also mention that we have, as of recent, we have worked with teachers as well who have expressed interest to be trained as mentors. And the scientific evaluations that were done in the US and in Switzerland on our program very much confirm that the mentors are benefiting tremendously from this program, because they also get to express themselves, they get to share their stories, even though we make a lot of room for the kids, but for them it's sometimes very important to hear our ways of dealing with life and to be real with each other. And that, in closing, is one of the feedbacks that I hear all the time when we ask the kids, why do you keep coming back to the circle? They say some version of, this is the only place in my life where I really feel safe and where I can be real and I don't feel judged. So I believe that we can provide that for children by training adult mentors, peer mentors, and offering the circles on a very much a grassroots level as a prevention program for some of those horrific numbers that we heard earlier around youth suicide. My TED talk is all about that, the prevention of suicide amongst Indian children. And let's work together and make the change that's required. Thank you very much, and back to you, Arvinda. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Herman, for that really, really interesting conversation. You couldn't be I couldn't agree more with you about the fact on children don't need fixing. I think it's we need fixing, you know, as adults. And I think what we really need to look at as how each one of us, I really take that from here, how each one of us is absolutely capable of mentoring the young ones. And particularly important is the peer mentoring model that you share. I'm sure many people will approach you for training, for modeling, etc. So thank you very much for bringing that.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you very much.
I'm now going to move to the questions that people have asked. There have been many, many questions. Many of them have been answered. I'll just pick some of those and see and pick your brains on that for all of us to understand. Somebody's asked us here, how do we as educators help our children to be resilient? Would you like to take this, Nupur?
Yeah, sure, Arvinder. Thing is that building resilience is, well, there's two things that come to mind immediately. One is that it takes time. I mean, building capacity takes time. Getting a plant to grow into a tree takes time. So there is no quick fix. Let's first be very clear about that. Anything that's worth doing and worth doing well is going to take time. So as Stefan said, consistency is key. You can't put in a drop or two in a sort of random way and think that that's going to have much impact. That's one. The other is that it has to be tested. One of the things that we know as mental health professionals is that the best way to regulate anxiety is to face up to it. And all the children's literature is giving that to us as hints all the time. All the children's literature is about small people doing big and brave things. Whether you go from Lord of the Rings to Harry Potter to some of our Panchtantra tales, which involve animals, they are small creatures doing brave things, which means they're facing up to what is frightening. It's only when we have that internal experience of I've done something that I was scared of, whether it is jumping from the third step or whether it is taking my class for exam. It's facing up to that builds self-belief and resilience, not avoiding it.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that, because it's just when you start becoming aware of the emotions. I remember having this conversation with you about learning to identify the emotions, because children don't even have that language. So yeah, thank you for pointing out that it's not an overnight job. Another interesting question is, in these times...
Could I add a little something to that?
Absolutely, please go ahead. Go ahead, Stefan.
Because we are in a circle, right? So we can see each other. It's wonderful.
Absolutely.
Just, I would love, if I may, challenge even the question, because that is kind of an expression for how we think as adults. How can I help the children to be more resilient? And maybe that's exactly where the change needs to happen. And I am not debating. It does take time, and we also need time in our circles to develop a vocabulary and all that. But those are kind of simple things if you make them simple. We talk so much about fear, for example. We take 4 base feelings that we introduce the kids, because everything else is basically above the base feelings as interpretations of different things. If I say I'm confused as a feeling, for example, I still don't know how you actually feel, because you could be angry confused, or you could be sad confused, or you could be fearful confused. So the language of breaking it down into simple structures and supporting the kids to use that vocabulary, not just even in the school, but also with their friends in their society, with their parents. Many of our peer mentors have confirmed that they're actually taking this back into their families, and where it makes a difference, where all of a sudden there's a family meeting and they're checking in first. They're talking about how they're feeling actually, and the parents are being introduced into those kind of concepts. And I think that's what we need to accomplish. We need to make sure that this is not just happening in schools, but it is reaching into the communities and influencing the way that we all relate to each other.
Thank you, Stefan, for adding to that. I move to the next question, which has been actually many people have asked this, that in these times, we've already counseled our children to maintain social distance, advocating the danger of touch and connections. What is your advice on how to prepare the children to once again embrace touch and connect after we have scared them of the same? Also, the trauma that's associated, many children are traumatized that the school is no longer safe as we adults have ingrained it in them. How do we encourage and change this perspective of a child? I leave it open to anyone who wants to take that.
Okay, perhaps I could say a word or two.
Absolutely.
On it. Yes, no doubt. As I was saying earlier, that this crisis and the lockdown and all the restrictions that have come with it has taken away some very crucial elements, which helps us and children to feel that they're a part of a larger togetherness, yeah, a larger community, which is built on all these kind of things of meeting in social spaces, of touching, high fives, hugging each other, going for games together, and so on, right? And indeed, when schools reopen, it's going to be a big challenge for them to say that you cannot do that, because it's almost it's instinctive, it's spontaneous. I mean, kids will go and, when they say their best friend, they'll run and give them a hug, and to be able to keep them from doing that is going to be most challenging, because it is so much that what it means to them is so deep and meaningful for who they are as people. Because particularly adolescent children, when they're growing up, they are a part of this larger community, and a sense of self that develops is because of the connections they have with people and spaces around them, isn't it? Yeah. So we have to look for substitutes. We have to actually begin to creatively think about what is it that they will do together or say to each other, which will be perhaps not just as meaningful, but meaningful enough to feel together as a group again, right? So one can again, I mean, right now it's only the virtual world, it's only about the digital media, but when you come into the spaces, what can you do? Can you exchange things like little cards and messages that you give to each other, which are meaningful? Can you use the whiteboard or a board in a classroom to be able to, choose maybe 3-4 students each day, put up their names, and everybody puts up their feelings towards them, positive feelings, affirmations, etc. Maybe that will help them. Maybe they will be the circle time itself, when they're sitting together in a safe emotional space and talking about their feelings. That also is a deep connect that you feel, you can develop with people around you when you do that. So the physical contact is very important for kids, but as a substitute, I think we need to devise and create other experiences for them, which will help them feel connected, and reassured that they're together again, that they still have that affection and love for each other, they're still there for each other, and they form a whole, in these very difficult times. It's so important for people to come together and feel that they are in this together, and that we have to create these spaces very creatively. And I think that one of the good ways of doing it too is to ask children for it. And you might be surprised as to the number of creative ideas they will come with, much more than adults will, and they might be able to actually tell the teachers and inform them about what they want to do. And I'm surprised as to how even little children, even with difficulties, emotional or neurodevelopmental difficulties, are taking to the restrictions. They're wearing masks. They're making sure that they don't, they're standing in queues, they're maintaining spaces. You can see it happening in these small spaces that are opening right now. It's amazing how children adapt to if they feel safe and scaffolded and held during that time. So our job is to actually provide that environment, and children will find their answers, and they will actually come up with ideas which are creative and which will then again help them to form those bonds and maintain those.
Some of the questions are around digital circle time as well. Any ideas on that?
It certainly would feel, it feels very different to be in a virtual circle compared to a physical circle sitting together. However, there are ways, the word ritual comes to mind. There, you know, routines. There are ways of informing the whole system, the nervous system, that, oh, we are in circle and we are connecting now. And that might start, instead of, you know, the play that we typically do. I appreciate what you just said, Dr. Sen. It's like, it's in the beginning now for maybe the next, whatever it is, month or a few years, maybe even before we have a higher level of immunity. It might really not be possible to play those games where we can touch and all that. But, you know, if we can start to incorporate certain ways of making clear that our whole system kind of recognizes, oh, this is the time now. This is where I can feel safe, because the kids really want that. They are hungry for this kind of work. You know, we hear it all the time from the counselors in the schools, that the kids come to them and say, when is the next generation circles? When can we do the circle again? They're longing for that. They want that. There's an innate desire. There's almost like a human need for this kind of connection. And I believe that we will find along with them. I love what you just said, Dr. Sen. Let's have them lead us in that. We don't need to do all the work for them. As a matter of fact, I think they're going to do it much better than I could do it. Absolutely. So I wonder, Nupur, you're doing this so much around sports also with your husband, Richard, right? Nupur, you must have some really cool things you can teach us, right?
No, Stefan, at the moment, we're still at the very uncool stage of pushing ourselves to move from what all of us were nurtured by and fed by the fact that we were in physical proximity. There's a reason we had chosen contact sports to run the art of sport, because the experience of a team is what, and groups is what really feeds our adolescent parts of us and builds connections. So we are actually still at that struggle phase, and trying to move this virtual is meh.
So sorry. So perhaps I can share some of our experiences with our team. So, you know, we have a very vibrant team of young therapists. We are 40 plus in number. And in the beginning, when the shutdown happened, and the social spaces that are created within the organization Children First are again spaces where people feel emotionally safe, they support each other. And when the lockdown happened, there was a big, should I say, a huge sense of disappointment that we will not be able to go back. And very quickly, people were beginning to ask, when are we reopening? And when are we reopening? So we had to create again these digital spaces. And one of the things that we do, as I was talking about earlier, is that we do a lot of these celebrations and rituals about milestones, anniversaries, birthdays, and we often get the fun element into those gatherings. So we call it the playful quotient. So we encourage people to develop their playful quotient, even the adults and the therapists, right? And we've been trying to do that. Like, for instance, we had the Eid celebrations on screen, and the whole team came together, yeah? And there were rituals, there were fun and games and everything. And by the end of it, although it was not quite the same as the physical space, but we felt very satiated and at least, you know, and could tell ourselves, my God, we can still feel connected. We can still feel together as a team, you know? And I do think that if adults can do it, children can do it much better. So
I can
they'll probably find many other.
Totally see that in your sharing, in your face as you speak.
Yeah.
But I'll just take one very quick question because we're running out of time. I know we have many more, but there's a question about how do we help parents who are stressed due to work and unemployment issues? I'm afraid, can somebody just address this in the shortest possible way, the quickest, that absolutely reaches the heart?
Wow, I mean, those stresses obviously are being, you know, passed on to the children as well. And the very shortest answer is to be open and honest and real about those things without overwhelming the children, to really pay attention to how much they can hold the attention or the attention towards a subject, but to be open and honest and not try to cover up things, because the kids feel it anyways. The kids read us so well, And when we always think like, oh, they're not quite ready for that and they can't handle that, let's create more trust amongst each other and be open and real without, being inappropriate, obviously.
Thank you so much, Stefan, for that answer, because it just reaffirms that being authentic in any relationship is what matters the most. Thank you, Dr. Sen, Nupur, and Stefan, for your deep and valuable insights. And thank you all for your questions. Your questions have added even more depth to our conversation. Your insights have been very, very valuable in looking at the psychological and emotional world of children. You've shared very simple, very creative, and very effective ways of helping children build the emotional vocabulary, resilience, and empathy. It's actually very empowering to know that each one of us in this audience, in our role as an educator, a parent, a leader, an uncle, a caregiver, can actually contribute to the well-being of our children and of ourselves just by, being good listeners, holding spaces for our children to express and contain their emotions in true circle time spirit. So I think circle time is more about the spirit than the actual physicality of it. I would like to thank Ashoka University for organizing this conference. My heartfelt gratitude to Ashoka founders and leadership for believing in the importance of well-being and placing well-being at the heart of education and campus life at Ashoka University. A big thank you to the audience for really engaging and being there. We are a whole lot of us, as I can see. Thank you, Gitanjali, for hosting the session. And this wouldn't be complete without a big shout out to the outreach and tech team at Ashoka. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you.
Namaskar. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, and our very esteemed panelists, Mr. Herman, Ms. Adams, Dr. Sen, and Ms. Paiva. It was indeed a very, very enriching session. I think it touched upon one of the most sensitive realities of our times, mental well-being, which is increasingly becoming a concern area across age groups. We talked about children, but equally parents are also dealing with mental health issues and concerns. So, what is it that we can do in these times to help our children and ensure that, they are mentally healthy and stable? Circle time, I think, is just a stellar concept. It talks about creating safe spaces, building resilience in our children, listening, encouraging them to talk, not judging them, using storytelling to share key messages, peer mentoring. I mean, some very, very interesting concepts that I think a lot of us have been aware about, but not really practiced consciously. And I think the present times, more than ever before, call for all of us to come together to recognize the fact that mental health concerns are really not worn on our sleeves. So it could be a child, it could be an adult who needs help. We've all got to be sensitive to them, understanding, and patient. So thank you once again to Dr. Singh and our panelists for this extremely enriching discussion. Our next session is titled The Resilient School, in which Mr. Nandan Nilekhani, co-founder of Infosys and Ekstep Foundation, will share his views. This session will go live on track 1, and it is being moderated by Mr. Ashish Dhawan, co-founder of Ashoka University. It promises to be a very exciting session, and I request you all to log into the session using the link to track 1 in the chat box. The next session on track 2 will commence at 12:20 p.m. The session is titled Managing and Surviving the Crisis. Here again, we have a very interesting set of panelists who you definitely want to hear and get the views and suggestions of. Thank you and see you then. Hi, everyone. A reminder to you that our next session on track 1, which starts at 11:30, is the Resilient School, in which Mr. Nandan Nilekani, co-founder of Infosys and Ekstep Foundation, will share his views. You will session, and the discussion will be moderated by Mr. Ashish Dhawan, co-founder of Ashoka University. Please use the link in the chat box to log on to track 1. Hi, everyone. We have a very interesting keynote address on track 1 called The Resilient School by Mr. Nandan Nilekani, co-founder of Infosys and Ekstep Foundation. The session is being moderated by Mr. Ashish Dhawan, co-founder of Ashoka University. Please make sure you don't miss the session. He has some very interesting insights to share. Thank you. Hi, everyone. A very quick overview for you on the sessions that are coming up this afternoon. On track one, we have some very interesting keynotes being delivered by Mr. Deepak Parekh, Chairman of HDFC, Mr. Manoj Ahuja, Chairman CBSE, and Ms. Bridget T. Long, Dean Harvard Graduate School of Education. Make sure you don't miss these sessions. Look forward to seeing you. The link to track one is in the chat box. Make sure to access it there. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back after that very captivating talk by Mr. Nandan Nilekani. He truly is brilliant. Coming up on track 1 at this point is a session titled Diksha, Enabling Continuity of Schooling and Training in COVID Times, moderated by Shankar Maruvada, co-founder Ekstep Foundation. To join this session, please click the link to track 1 in the chat box. On track 2, our next session is a panel discussion on managing and surviving the crisis. This session will be moderated by Mr. Iswara Venkatesam, also known as Venkat, who is Vice President Development at Ashoka University. Venkat has been long associated with Ashoka University, almost since the project began in 2013. While his principal role is fundraising globally for Ashoka, he has essayed multiple roles at the university. He built a 20-year career prior to joining Ashoka, working in startups and early stage organizations across financial services. And his repertoire includes stints in investment banking, equities, financial research, data analytics, communications. Before I invite Venkat to take over the stage, I'd like to remind you all to please post any questions you have in the Q&A box in the Zoom panel. Great to have you here, Venkat. Over to you.
Thank you, Gitanjali. We have two outstanding business leaders in our midst for the next session, and I'm sure it promises to be quite thrilling. We will go in alphabetical order, and we have Arindam Bhattacharya first, and I'd like to introduce Arindam. Our second speaker is Rajiv Memani. I'll come to him in a minute. Arindam is Managing Director and Senior Partner in India of the Boston Consulting Group, one of the world's leading consulting firms. And Arindam is responsible for industrial goods, the operations, the public sector practices at BCG. He's also a BCG fellow and currently leading the research on radical shifts in globalization and its implications for global firms, and is also working with a group of colleagues on the same topic. Arindam, if you could join the discussion, please.
I'm very much on, and thank you very much for inviting me to present to an audience which I typically don't get an opportunity to present to. Should I start now, or are you going to introduce Rajiv?
You could start, Arindam, and I'll come to Rajiv just after you finish, and I'll introduce Rajiv as well.
Okay, so I am going to, I have a few slides that I want to take us through as I speak for about 15 minutes. Let me just share my screen. Yeah. So, sorry, page up. So can everyone see the screen?
Yes, Arindam, it's visible to me. I guess it's visible to everyone.
Okay. That's great. As I said, it's wonderful to be here. I have titled this Bringing the Future Forward. And it's very interesting because right now, as you mentioned very briefly, I'm working with a couple of my colleagues to write a book around what we call, which is around this whole new globalization and implications for our global clients. And I was talking to our CEO just a couple of weeks ago, and I was explaining some of the key messages of the book. And he said, the fault lines that you talk about in our society, in our the economic model, in the climate and so on, which have developed over the last kind of couple of decades, these fault lines, have been brought forward by COVID, a completely unexpected kind of event. And that's really a very interesting way to think about it. And many people have started talking about not globalization, but talking about what is a post-COVID world. And what I wanted to share with you is really, in some sense, how our clients and businesses are thinking about their life in this post-COVID world, and how do they deal with it, and what are some lessons that educational institutions and other kind of institutions could also draw from it. Now, I don't want to spend too much time. I'm sure that you have seen some of the numbers, but I just want to leave with one message. This is an kind of unprecedented kind of event that is impacting the world in unprecedented ways. It's impacting 188 countries, 6.4 million people impacted, which is growing. But the interesting thing for us in India is that in many countries, while the doubling rate is actually kind of number of days is increasing and the curve of infection is flattening in India, it is not that case. India's doubling rate is 15 days compared to global average of about 40 days. And it's probably going to be with us for some time until we have a treatment or we have a vaccine. So we just need to tune ourselves. So what I call the new kind of way of life and normal that we need to protect ourselves, our employees, our colleagues, and our broader ecosystem. So how are our clients and companies thinking about it? They think about it in three very, very different time phases. There is a phase, what we call, and the 3 Fs, the phase of flatten, then the phase of fight, and then the phase of thinking about the future or creating the future. Now, the flatten phase is where what we actually have in India, which is we are fighting from the health side on flattening the curve. Now, in most countries, you start opening up once the curve has started flattening, but in India, we have started opening up before the curve has started flattening. And in the flatten phase, the companies have to be very reactive. They have to move very aggressively in putting in place policies around physical distancing. They need to be very, very tuned to customer demand shifts and supply constraints because they suddenly break down. So that's one kind of strategies which are very different from the kind of strategies our clients are putting in place in terms of fight, which could last from 12 to 24 months. And these are a little bit more sustainable strategies where the two key words is really being nimble and agile and innovating your business models in a fairly fluid environment, because you really don't know when the vaccine and treatments will get delivered, and so that we are back to a little bit more normal kind of situation. The third lens that all our clients are kind of thinking about is the future. That means post-COVID world, as I explained earlier, is not going to be the same as the pre-COVID world in many ways, and I'll come to that. And so you cannot wait for that future to hit you. You need to start thinking about that future now and what is going to be different in that future, and in your institutions, in your operating model, in your customers' behavior, and start thinking about that now. And as you exit the fight and getting into the kind of future, a little bit more normal kind of economic and health model, you need to start implementing many of those in your own institutions. So that was the first message, that if you look at your own institutions, are you thinking in these three very different time frames? The second, and let me go through each one of them, what our clients are and what are the large companies are doing in this kind of time frame. This is about the future. There are three big trends that are very clearly visible that companies and institutions are beginning to think about. One is the risk. In the last couple of decades, our awareness of the risk we have become a lot complacent. And suddenly we have been made extremely aware of climate risks, health risks, economic upheavals, and the kind of black swans. You have Fukushima, you had cyclones, you are having bushfires, all kinds of natural and sometimes a man-made economic kind of risks are cropping up more frequently. So how do we build up businesses that are aware and much more sensitive and can address these risks? The second is there are certain fundamental changes of consumer behavior that has happened during this crisis and was kind of accelerating some of the behaviors that were already underway. And the big question that they're all facing is which shifts in this behavior are going to be permanent and which are not going to be permanent. That is a big question. And a very interesting thing is if you look at e-commerce, China is the #1 e-commerce market in the world, but e-commerce in China really took off during the SARS crisis when supply chains and distributions and retail outlets had to shut down. Now, same thing is happening now around the world where e-commerce and all the kind of digital services are actually increasing, and that will change many businesses. The last thing is actually the role of technology, because your operating model systems, how to access customers are under stress or have been completely locked down. You are having to rethink what is the role of technology in very, very different ways than where we were pre-COVID or pre-crisis. So these three are the big future trends that our clients are beginning to think about. The second kind of phase, as I said, was fight. Now, in the fight, our clients and institutions are thinking about fundamentally risk management in three very different buckets. One is the organizational and people risk, and one is a financial risk. How do you manage your financial risk? And third one is how do you manage a business continuity risk? Because in the phase, if you remember the curve, the economic kind of cycles and stoppages will go up and down. It is not certain what something will happen. So you need to build your businesses to be able to address this risk. In, say, organizational people risk, one of the things that they are doing increasingly is use what we call smart work, remote work. It reduces the cost to the company of salaries and compensation, so on. But remote work or smart work is becoming part of the way you handle risk. Financial risk, you look at conserving cash, as we all know, restructuring of cost and reducing a break-even point. And that is the way you want to like to operate even post-COVID. And the last one is companies are reimagining their operating model in many, many different ways. For example, one of the key things that they're looking at is something what we call contactless sales. How can you sell without having direct contact with the customers? It's a completely new way of thinking about your operating model. Once again, as you kind of look at your institutions, can you start thinking in these three kind of buckets for the fight kind of part of your business continuity? The last thing I want to leave a message is in the flatten, and as you go from flatten into fight, one of the things that is absolutely critical, which is where our clients are spending enormous amount of time, is when you open operations, what are the SOPs, standard operating processes that you put in place? I mean, just to give you an example, I mean, for an industrial client, a steel company opening up a plant, we developed with them a 100-page SOP. 100 pages just for a plant. I mean, not the rest of the kind of part of the company, just that. And that includes things like workforce, how do you manage a workforce? How do you do dynamic shop planning, roster planning, and so on. And, even things like how do you bring people into the plant? What do you do? I mean, one of the things that we found was, so they have extensive gardens. So do you let the gardeners come or do you need to retrain someone to do the gardening? How do you run a canteen? Can you have, steel plates or do you need disposable kind of plates which go away? So those are the minute level of details that you need to develop before you open. And the one very important thing is, can you create rosters of your employees and colleagues where you can limit the risk? So if someone gets an infection, you know that he's been in touch with only a certain set of people, not everyone within that institution. So I hope these 4 messages One is you need to look at in 3 phases. Second is you need to think of the future. Third one is look at the risk in 3 different buckets. And fourth is have very detailed SOPs as you think about opening up your own institutions. And I just want to leave the last thought with you as you think about your future. How do your consumers think about yourself? What is the role of physical assets because they increase your break-even points? And last, as work practices, as the way you build digital skills and learn, that is changing dramatically. What does that mean for this sector, education sector? And how do you take some lessons from there to apply to and think about your future? So let me stop here. I'm sure that you would have some questions, which I'll be very happy to answer as we go forward.
Thank you, Arindam. Really appreciate this. We will get back to you and Rajiv in a minute with the Q&As once Rajiv finishes his presentation and conversation. So I'll request you to switch off your camera, and I'll invite Rajiv Memani on to the panel. Rajiv Memani is the chairman and CEO of E&Y in India. Rajiv is also EY's Global Executive Board and Chairman of the Emerging Markets Committee. Rajiv has been part of several advisory committees of the Government of India, and most recently was a member of the task force that drafted a new direct tax law in 2019, which, by the way, was a great piece of legislation. He's associated with prominent businesses and industry associations, and is board member of IIM Sirmaur, one of India's premier management schools. Rajiv, welcome to the panel. We'd love to hear your views and your presentation. Rajiv, we're not able to hear you.
Is it better?
That's better, yes.
Yeah, I was just sharing and echoing what Arindam was saying. We seldom get a platform like this, and in fact, this is the first time I'm addressing, people who run and manage schools. So I'll quickly kick off. Thank you very much, for giving us this opportunity. Can I just request if someone could put the slides on, and if you can go to the next slide, please. So Arindam discussed this. I don't want to repeat this. I think all of us are aware of this, but I would just say that this is probably the single largest economic and health crisis that we have seen in sort of modern history in some ways. And the end, unless the health problem gets solved, I think the end is clearly not in immediate sight. Insofar as India is concerned, I think Arindam very well captured what's happening. The only thing I would say that once we recover from the health side, I do remain optimistic on where India is likely to be. I think we have a low interest environment, commodity prices are low, oil prices are low, and the world is pivoting towards digital and technology, which I think is India's competitive advantage. And with the global supply chains changing, I think that if India can capture that opportunity, then along with demographics, those could be long-term sustainable advantages. But in achieving that, the path to that, I think it's a tough, challenging path for the next, I would say, for the next 6 months at least, if not longer. Can we just shift the slide, please? Yeah. So this is what, in some ways, Arindam also described this. As we look at it, the world will change, has changed. And a lot of people do ask whether, what is the permanence of this change? And I do believe that some of these things will change very significantly. And I think there will be a new normal. So insofar as industries are concerned, I think the emphasis on digitization, on more flexible cost structures, a much greater focus on business resilience will be there. Markets, the impact of trust, of goodwill will be much, much more than what we have seen before. And in terms of societies, employees and consumer behavior will change. So much greater focus on wellness, much greater focus on health, and acceptance of digital technologies in day-to-day lives will be far more greater. And we characterize this as a quality economy. So as rather than just sort of singularly focusing on growth, I think the focus would probably be much more on growth and other elements of it. So I much greater focus on sustainability, much greater focus on virtualization, and I would say that much greater focus on broader stakeholder group. The inequality fissures have been exposed much more than what we had ever seen before. And I would say that especially in democracies, governments and policymakers will come out with rules and laws that will address inequality. And I think to that extent, the impact that it has in our own individual businesses, in our personal day-to-day dealings, I think we should factor that in as we go forward. Can I request you to change the slide, please? Yeah. So we've characterized this into now, next, and beyond. And I think now is probably what all of you have already done. As the crisis struck, first thing was really to look at the safety of your employees, ensuring that you are continuing to serve your customers and other stakeholders in a manner that doesn't expose to health risks. And the third was really conserving cash, because that was very important for survival. As we look at the next phase, and probably next and beyond kind of overlap, but I think where we are today, clearly, as has been mentioned, that most companies, most industries, across industries, are looking at accelerating digital adoption. And this is not just for one part of your business, but this is across all elements of business. And the key thing that is engaging companies right now, one of the key things, is really how does this impact their business, and what do they need to do to turn this into a competitive advantage. And I think you can look at the most mundane businesses, commodity businesses like steel business or aluminum business or anything, power and utility, power plants, consumer businesses, financial services businesses. It's pervasive right through. The second thing is, the flexibilization of workforce. So people are unfortunately looking at multiple measures, including, I would say, redundancies that have been created, and how they deal with that. How they deal with a much more volatile world. So, how do they variabilize their cost base? How do they variabilize their employee base? Whether number of days of working, whether greater variable costs, greater bonuses as compared to fixed costs and other things. And in some cases also looking at reducing compensation. So I think this entire approach of zero-based budgeting is very critical in sort of looking at lowering cost bases right now. So I think that's something that organizations are looking at. And finally, as people look at their, once they get through this, they're also saying, so as consumer behaviors change, as organizations change, as governments change, what does this mean really for my business? And every organization, every company is looking at how does this, there's some very interesting examples. For example, for the first time, you had an A-lister Bollywood movie, Gulabo Sitabo, being released on Amazon Prime, national wide release. You have, even if you were to look at, some restaurants or, fine gourmet restaurants, they are looking at trying to say, how do they send frozen dishes? How do they create gourmet experiences at home? How do they do, do it yourself meal kits? So everyone is trying to say, what they can do. CureFit, which is a gym, physical gym, is now trying to say how do they monetize their gym platform? What do they need to do that? So every organization, every company is trying to see how this whole thing will impact their businesses. The other thing is how do you build a more resilient enterprise? So Arindam mentioned that risk was low on the radar. Singular focus was largely on growth, and I think that will change. So business resilience in its various elements, whether it's financial resilience, whether it's resilience against other events that can happen, will become a very integral part of how people plan for the future. Can I request you to move this next slide, please? Thank you. Maybe we can move this and we can go to. So I'm now coming more to what's happening, what we are seeing happening in the education system. So what we are saying, and this is just very quick, of which parts of the world which have remained open, which have shut down and reopened, and when they have reopened, like in Singapore, some companies are saying running on alternate days, schools, or running in different shifts, and some countries have either announced post-July openings and some haven't. And I think if you read the Times of India front page today, I think it's clear that in India, probably school opening will happen at the far end as compared to what we see around the world. And there are various parameters which globally people are looking at, including health context, economic adaptability of schools. What is the stakeholder consensus on this? So I think it looks like that reopening of schools in India will probably be at the tail end as compared to other countries in the world. Yeah, can I have the next slide, please? So we did a survey of parents just for them to understand, and this was a pretty wide survey to understand what have been the implications for their children, and this is meant for K to 12 school students. Annual fees ranging from anywhere between 20,000 rupees to 5 lakh rupees, and about 55% of the parents surveyed said that the schools have moved on to digital learning, and 30% said that schools have been completely suspended. And the ones that had moved on to digital learning, largely it was, most of it was synchronous learning. From a communication standpoint, most parents were quite happy actually in the way the communication was happening through emails, through WhatsApp, on websites, on portal emails, on websites and portals. But the levels of satisfaction were much higher, where the interactions were more with parent bodies through Zoom links, and also taking care of some of the key demands that people key demands that parents had. The second question was on how use of technology tools was happening, and I said most of them were looking at synchronous teaching. 80% of the parents were quite happy with it. I think doubt clearing was a challenge because the teachers were busy sort of spending their time in doing the live lectures. What people felt was going forward was that we will be seeing more recorded lectures, and the balance time being taken to really clear the doubts, and so the benefit of digital tools right now were mostly focused on dealing with the crisis rather than accelerating learning process in a significant way. But in spite of that, the satisfaction levels were very high. On teaching quality also, the satisfaction levels were very high. Assignments, tests, homeworks were all being done more digitally. The issues and concerns that parents had was obviously they felt this is not a sustainable way, most of them, because of lack of social interactions. A lot of them felt that face-to-face teaching was much more important. And I think there was this whole issue of financial assistance. So 70% of the parents that we surveyed had received, there was no fee reduction. There was an anticipation of fee reduction because of work from home. And 30% of the parents did not had some kind of financial relief that was given. And I think and I think has been decided in the courts also now, have understood the challenges that schools are also facing. So going forward, I would say that digital learning and tool will probably become, will become an integral part of education. And whilst it will be difficult to raise fees going forward, there would be, I think schools should be looking at, if they can, maybe easier payment options and everything else. I think just to ensure that the satisfaction levels stay higher, provided obviously it's feasible to do that. We can just move to the next slide. And this, if we use what happens from a school standpoint into now, next, and beyond, and I think some of which has been covered by Arindam, so I will not cover everything that's been covered. But I would say blended learning is definitely, so a combination of online and physical is the way to go. The second thing is, digital would also entail all school processes, whether it's an admission process, whether how you're looking at attracting new students. I think technology will play a very, very important role. So not only in content, but in the way the school is run, function, the LMS systems that we have, I think they will be a much more blend towards technology. I think schools and I think institutions like Ashoka can play a great role, should look at evaluating strategic partnerships with digital providers, because the edtech companies are really now seeing great growth. I think even telecom providers like Jio or an Airtel and some of the others should look at how some of the shared infrastructure can be created so that the financial cost on schools is reduced as they move towards the more online system. And I think that's something that we should watch out for. And I think there is a great opportunity to create some of these common platforms. As schools look at sort of planning for the future, I think they should really look at trying to see how they can reduce the expenditure on physical assets, but try and much more focus on building up digital assets and capabilities. And finally, I would say that capital spends should be watched very, very carefully, and there should be refocus or remodification of capital spends. And schools should actively look at how they can explore alternative finances, some subsidies that the government has given for SMEs, or some other alternative financing that they should look at. So that's what I wanted to cover. I'll pause here and pass it back to you.
Thank you, Rajiv. This is most insightful. We welcome Arindam back on the panel, so both of you can take questions. We have a bunch of questions, and some of them are incisive, and some of them are worrisome. And I'll pose the first question to Arindam. Arindam, people are worried about jobs, right? What happens to kids who come out of schools these days? And there are large numbers in India. And India is divided into two halves. We have the urban India and the rural and the suburban India. What will happen to the quantum of jobs, and what will happen to the nature of jobs? And what does the school education system need to do to enable students to grapple with that question?
It's a fundamental and a complex question. I'm sure Rajiv also has you can point new. Even before, as I said, the fault lines around job creation and the role that technology has been playing and the fear that has inculcated was already beginning to kind of become visible. And it has only become more acute because of the economic slowdown and the destruction of jobs that has happened because of both the health and the economic slowdown and lockdowns coming together at the same time. But having said that, my 2 or 3 points that I'd like to make, and which is very relevant for the schools. One point is the structural shift in the nature of work was already underway. And the interesting thing is, till now, if you look at the industrial society, technology has always been an enabler and has been an enabler of creating new kind of means of increasing productivity. And that has led to increasing improvement in all our lives across countries. Now, technology is no more just an enabler. It is, in some senses, becoming a partner. And in BCG, we use a term bionic, where technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and humans actually work together and create value, which then obviously benefits the society. Now, that has a profound implication in terms of kind of jobs, how the jobs will be performed, and what is the role of learning and education in this society. And I think, as I said, the future has been pulled forward and we need to think seriously about it. Just as an aside, I remember asking a question to a dean of one of the top universities in the US, saying that, why do you still have in kind of school and college structures, university structures, which were set 200 years ago? And he said, for people like us, because there is more demand than supply and we don't have a burning platform to change. And the question to kind of what I'll pose is the burning platform here today that we really need to rethink? And some of the things that Rajiv said in terms of just rethinking. Now, jobs, there's structural change in the work and structural change of our job in the economies are going to get created. It's no more going to be large companies with formal jobs. It is going to be increasingly digitally aided service jobs in smaller companies, micro enterprises, and entrepreneurs. And so there is a very different structural change in the jobs, and the way you learn skills are also changing. So I would say that a next phase of job creation will come. We are going through a transition phase, which hopefully, if we have the right set of policies, will accelerate the transition. If we don't, then I do think we'll have a challenge in the interim.
Rajiv, a question for you. Arindam, thanks a lot. Rajiv, a question for you. What happens to the jobs of teachers? I think teachers are also worried, saying, hey, for so many years, I've been a good teacher. I've been teaching history in a classroom, and suddenly the world seems to be shifting. What does this online shift or a paradigm shift mean for school teachers? And I also think school teachers are worried about their jobs. And I want to add on another question is, what happens to compensations of teachers given the fact that there may be cost pressures on schools?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question. And I think it's not only true for teachers, I would say it's generally true for all of us. That as Arindam mentioned, in this sort of world of technology, AI, ML, and individual interaction, what really happens to the human role? And I would say that, from a teacher standpoint, from being pure to someone who was purely doing content delivery, my sense is successful teachers will have to be doing much greater role of enablement, acting as a catalyst, because the content will be available in various formats. The question is how they can customize to the individual student, because the content will struggle to do that. How they can be an enabler, in a catalyst in building the right set of mindset which is required for someone, for a child for tomorrow. I think those will be the key roles that teachers will have. So I think from being pure content provider to someone about obviously knowing content very well, but being an enabler and a catalyst and customizing to the individual student will become increasingly more and more important. So I think that will be there. In terms of compensation, when you have a contraction of GDP of to the extent of minus 5%, 6%, who knows that number is, and a decline of per capita income of first time which India will be experiencing. The challenge, Ishwar, is that we are for the first time as a country, a lot of the global countries, economies in the world have seen more volatility than what India has. India has really seen a graph which has gone upward. So our mindset is on that basis. I think for the first time, and this is a real challenge for business managers, entrepreneurs, for everyone, you're seeing a contraction in the economy. You're staring, a hard recession on its face. And I think we will have to, some income levels, if the income levels across economies will drop, per capita income will drop, they will drop. And I think we will have to see how do we retool ourselves, how do we prepare ourselves for things going forward. And I'm sure, as I mentioned earlier, things will get better. And I think the positive mindset is what is required in dealing with this situation. I think that's what I think. I think declining income levels for a large part of India will be a reality.
Arindam, a question for you. Arindam, you're saying something? Sorry, did I interrupt you?
No.
A question for you, Arindam. The world has seen pandemics before. The world has seen wars before. I was asking the Chancellor of Ashoka, he's a historian. I said, what happened during the Second World War from 1939 to 1945? He said, well, Cambridge and Oxford didn't teach because the young folks joined the army, and both men and women. And so the universities did teach, but guess what? They have the largest enrollments now going forward. Is this a shorter term phenomenon, and once we see the exit of COVID and a resolution of the issue, do you see some parity returning to the world, and some of the vexations of today might actually take a backseat?
I personally don't think so. As I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, the fault lines in the post-World War II growth of globalization has started becoming extremely visible and stark. The social inequality, the climate kind of under pressure because of the resource intensiveness of our whole industrial and policies and life, the way we consume and live. You know, some of the geopolitical tensions that are coming up. I mean, the first time you have, and every time hegemony is challenged, and we are in a situation where the hegemony is being challenged. At the end of World War II, it wasn't. And so, in some sense, all of these are coming together. And then we haven't seen the kind of technological disruption that we are seeing today, particularly with the launch of, as I said, AI and ML. For the first time, the decisions are being taken by technology, which in some cases are better than what the decisions humans take. It has never happened before. So this is not a normal kind of transition. And the challenge is our mindset, our mental models, and our institutions and processes will have to transition. We are not, I mean, humans like status quo, they want to normalize, but you know, my own sense is the events will kind of crowd us, and we will have to find a way to be able to deal with this future coming forward. And it will be, and along with the economic crisis, I think we are in an, I mean, it's not a very positive message, but the earlier we can find an answer and resolve these questions in our mind and find an answers to this, there are still enormous opportunity for growth, enormous opportunity for job creation, but a new job creation. And that transition, the faster we can make it, the better it is. And I'll just give you one simple example analogy. Technology and good regulations actually created the telecom industry in India, until bad regulations created a bigger mess. The way you can harness technology, you can create, and it was a completely new industry for India. And there are so many such new industries, I think, which are waiting to be kind of grown by the right mix of regulations, markets, and technologies, that I'm not too worried about jobs, but there will be new jobs, and there will be new skills that are required for those jobs.
Rajiv, I've got another question for you, but in response to what Arindam has said, if we were to crystal ball gaze 3 years from now, the question I have for you is, are we reacting too much? Do you think the world will come back to a certain sense of normalcy?
Yeah, no, in some ways I share some views with Arindam, in some ways slightly different. So I would say that the world will come to some semblance of normalcy. I mean, it'll be a new normal, but there will be a sense of normalcy that will definitely come. And the role and the hand that technology will play will be much stronger than what we have seen before. And hopefully whether an industrial revolution happened and when other big changes have happened, it has led to a more greater productivity, hopefully greater job creation. And I think that's where I believe India's strength in technology, India demographics of India, and if we can manage this along, and if we can move fast enough for this change, get the regulatory mechanisms in place, I think there is a big opportunity for countries like India. And what one saw in manufacturing, I think now there's an great opportunity to see in technology. Obviously, technology is going to play a role not only as an individual stool, but in almost every industry that we will see. So I do believe that if we have the right regulatory response, the healthcare, the vaccine comes out in the next 12 months or so, I do think that there will be a bounce back, 3 years from now.
There is a question. Thanks, Rajiv. Thanks. Yeah, Arindam, were you saying something?
No.
Okay. Arindam, a question for you. Do you see a shift in the kind of teaching that's going to be delivered in the classrooms to prepare students for different kinds of jobs? So therefore, the question is, are skill-based teaching going to see a greater dominance than a bit of a generic learning that's been happening in classrooms so far?
I think many of us know that is as it should be, because increasingly it is very clear that a lot of the companies that even hire from colleges or even the schools, they have to do a lot of retraining and reskilling. The other thing that is really happening is where the jobs, particularly if you look at organized sector jobs and income jobs in companies, then even other institutions, the reskilling and what is called upskilling and reskilling on a dynamic level, not just pushing it, but pulling. That means the individual himself or herself would like to upskill or reskill themselves for a new role is increasing. So the way you learn or in companies, that's a big shift. And if and how we bring that into our schools, I think is going to be important. We have to create what I'll call vocationalizing and technology coming together to create ways that our children can actually decide where and how they want to develop their own kind of career going forward. And it is not going to be kind of you have decided once and that is what you have to be. You have to keep on reskilling and upskilling in that role. And how do you create a education learning kind of institutional framework to be able to do that is going to be important. The question, and I mean, Rajiv has a point of view. I think our regulators in most areas, be it banking, be it education, be it health, and others are far behind it. They are unable to really understand and what I'll call conceptualize and then bring back what is required to be done to be able to prepare. They are often reacting to events and situations that are suddenly upon us. And how do we make that change? And education system, education regulators, how do we make that change is going to be a very important part which will determine success or failure of this.
Rajiv, I have a question which is based on Arindam's answer, but this is also an independent question. Is if we have to retool, it would essentially mean the lack of resources for schools across the length and breadth of India, right? So some of these schools in the suburban areas or the rural areas may not have the money or the infrastructure to retool to the skills that Arindam was talking about. That's part one. And part two is there has been a reverse migration of a large number of people from urban centers back to the villages, right? And what does that mean for the education system? I mean, what happens to the kids of these parents who've gone back to the villages? Is that a fundamental shift that's happening in India?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be tough for me to answer the second one. I'm not 100% sure on the impact and implications of that. I'll tell you. I mean, on the first one, the government, is looking at coming up and will, and I think this is where people like you and me have to engage and interact with government they will have to create common platforms. So whether the government is looking at creating, say, something like Diksha and other platforms, which will help reduce the cost for schools to access technology, access the new age skills that are required. And I think there is also an opportunity for schools to explore partnerships. Hypothetically, if I were to say, if I was to partner with a telecom company or I was partner with an edtech company who charges on a very nominal basis, if they're going to, India, the advantage that India has is that India has roughly more than 300 million learners. I mean, no one has that kind of scale. So question is, can I create technology platforms? Can I work with a telecom company in a particular geography and say, okay, if you standardize content, and if you wire a school to provide, at least give the technology infrastructure to the school, or find a way that, if the students are taking a particular kind of service, that you subsidize some form of that service and everything else, provided there is connectivity for a period of time. I think those are the kind of innovative solutions that India will have to come out with as they look at, because you're absolutely right, schools cannot afford this. There is political pressure and as income levels go down, there will be great resistance to any level of fee increases. Affordability will be under challenge. So therefore, the only way is to look at your existing cost structures carefully and see how much you can allocate, and look at collaborations and partnerships, which don't, every school by school you may not want to do, but at a platform level, that's something that we'll have to do. So I'm hopeful that in 6 months, 12 months time, if there are people who come out of this and say that, let's try and create a framework whereby we can approach some of these companies, because what we are also seeing is that in all this process, the strong are getting stronger, and there's a lot of middle layer that's going away. So you will have large corporations in edtech, large corporations in technology, in telecom that will come, that they will have the wherewithal, they will have the muscle to provide the infrastructure support that's required. Question is, how do we create meaningful ecosystem partnerships at an affordable level? So, I mean, Arindam gave a great example of telecom. I can see part of that, can be replicated in education as well.
I have one last question. Sorry, Arindam.
No, I mean, may just add one thing to Raju or Rajiv said. If you look at digital technology-based platforms, and you compare that and say that that's in some sense, the infrastructure of the 21st century as a physical infrastructure, the roads, the ports and all were in the 20th century. Technology infrastructure like that has the potential to reduce cost per unit by anywhere up to 10x to 100x. So if you can create that platform, the delivery of the same output can come down enormously. And that is really the question. How do you fund that platform as a public good rather than individuals or groups kind of trying to do that? And that to me would be where government and policymakers and regulators need to start thinking about the whole education system.
We have less than 2 minutes to go, and I'll ask a common question to both of you, Arindam and Rajiv. A short answer. Do owners of small and independent schools, standalone schools, do they need to worry about their existence, or do you think there might be pressures and they may need to consolidate with other schools or just wind down, because the cost pressures are going to be real? Arindam?
Look, it's not that the individual schools. I think the same pressures are there with a lot of small business entities. And my point would be to them is, you cannot just stand still and operate at the same cost levels that you were pre-crisis. You need to innovate your business models and also your costs to be able to survive and thrive. And you can do that today. That has to be the objective that you take. You have to think out of the box to be able to do that.
Rajiv, your response to the cost pressures?
It's the same what Arindam has said, that I think change is definitely there. I don't think I question survival, but I do say that for survival, significant change is important. Whether that change, and I would say a lot of that change is very doable at an individual school level. Some of that may necessitate some level of consolidation as well.
Thank you. Arindam and Rajiv, we are very grateful for the time that you've given us. Our session has come to an end. We look to be in conversation further. So if we do another version of this, we'd love to welcome you back.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
Thanks, Venkat.
Thank you, everyone.
Great platform. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thank you, Venkat, Mr. Bhattacharya, and Mr. Memani for a very compelling discussion that went both broad and deep. You tried to balance the now with the future across various economic, health, and safety parameters. It went beyond just surviving the now and actually thinking ahead to build a more robust and resilient future. You know, how businesses need to think differently, how effective cost structures need to be instituted, how digitization, which is clearly the way forward and everybody's new best friend forever, BFF, changes in employee and consumer behaviors, preferences, and of course, the all consuming concern about jobs. Clearly, there aren't any specific clear answers to everything at this point in time, but some very good thinking generated collectively. And I think the point about bringing together a larger ecosystem partnership cannot be emphasized enough as we all band together towards our goal of building a safer environment and strengthening the health and economic stability of our children and of our citizens as we move forward and into the new normal. Thank you very much. We will now take a half-hour break and resume at 1:45 p.m. Our next session will be on track 1. It is a keynote talk titled Leading from the Front in Crisis by the legendary Mr. Deepak Parekh, who, as we all know, is the father of Indian banking and finance. This session will be moderated by Dr. Pramath Raj Sinha, who is also a co-founder of Ashoka University. Following on from this session, there's a very interesting lineup of additional sessions that you all are going to thoroughly enjoy. The first of which is by Mr. Manoj Ahuja, Chairman of CBSE. Following on from that session is Ms. Bridget T. Long, Dean, Harvard Graduate School of Business. The link to track 1 can be found in the chat box in your Zoom panel. For track 2, we will be back at 2:50 p.m. for our next session. The title of the session is Adaptive Leadership During Crisis. The discussion will be moderated by Ms. Anjali Raina of Harvard Business School India Research Center. We look forward to having you back after the break. Please enjoy the other sessions in the meantime. And once again, the link to track 1 is in the chat box in the Zoom panel. Thank you.
No, I'll join without a video.
But at the moment, I cannot see anything.
Hello, friends. All of you who have logged into track 2 would like to share with you that we have a very interesting session on track 1 starting in the next few minutes. Mr. Deepak Parekh, chairman of HDFC Bank, is going to be talking about leading from the front in crisis. Please access the link to track 1 in the chat box to enjoy his session. We'll be back on track 2 at 2:50 p.m. Thank you. Hello, everyone. For those of you who may be interested, we have a very interesting session currently going on track 1. It is titled Leading from the Front in Crisis, being delivered by Mr. Deepak Parekh, Chairman of HDFC Bank. Kindly use the link to track 1 in the chat box to access the session. We'll be back on track 2 at 2:50 with our next session. See you then.
worry. But if some classes can be taken
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the break and the sessions on track 1. Get ready for another set of very exciting sessions coming your way. Next up on track 1 is a session titled Playbook for Enabling Learning Anytime, Anywhere, moderated by Sandeep Bapna, Managing Director, Khan Academy. On track 2, our next session is indeed very topical. It focuses on the challenging role of leaders, what good should look like for them going forward, how leaders need to think differently and do differently. The title of the topic is Adaptive Leadership During a Crisis, moderated by Ms. Anjali Raina, Executive Director of the Harvard Business School India Research Center. Anjali is a director on the board of Harvard Business Publishing India and the Harvard Global Support Center India. She is on several other eminent boards, which include Mahindra Insurance Brokers, Mahindra Rural Housing Finance Limited, and the European Center for Executive Development. She is also an advisor to the Akanksha Foundation and on the advisory board of HPS Club of India. A banker by profession, Anjali spent over 26 years working with Citigroup, 26 years is her overall banking experience, 15 years of which were with Citigroup, and she spent close to a decade with ANZ Greenlays Bank prior to that. She holds an MBA from the Indian Institute of Calcutta and is an alumnus of HPS, having completed the Advanced Management Program. We're delighted to have you with us, Anjali. Once again, to our friends in the audience, for any questions that you have, please put them in the Q&A box in the Zoom panel. Over to you, Anjali.
Thank you so much, Gitanjali, and a warm welcome to each one of you. And thank you very much for joining the session on adaptive leadership during crisis. We will be uncovering leadership styles to increase relevance through agility and adaptability in these Corona coaster times through an interactive session with seasoned school leaders. Let me first invite each eminent school leader to join. First, Meera Isaacs, Dean Cathedral and John Connon School. Second, Manika Sharma, Director, the Sri Ram Schools. Third, Manika, please join.
Yeah, namaste.
Namaste. Then we have Atul Khanna, Director, Strawberry Fields Kindergarten and Strawberry Fields High School. Atul, have you joined? Nurain Fazal, Managing Trustee, Chief Executive Officer and Co-founder, InVenture Academy. And finally, Anu Monga, Founder and Chairperson at the Association of International Schools of India and the former head of the Bangalore International School. Welcome to each one of you and thank you very much for joining us. I will briefly introduce each panelist and then ask them each a question individually. This will be followed by general questions to the whole panel, followed by a question and answer session where the audience will also get a chance to have their questions answered. And at the end of this session, we will all be clear on the components of agile and adaptive leadership and have heard real life stories and examples of these in action. So let me start with the first question to Meera Isaacs, the Dean of the Cathedral and John Connon School. Meera's been associated with Cathedral for 43 years and has received several awards. She received the Asia One Black Swan Women Empowerment Award, and she also got the Women Achievers Award from the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. She's also been featured as one of the 28 best principals in Asia. There are many more awards. I'm not going to read them all out, but suffice it to say that the alumni from Cathedral Schools are leaders in all spheres, from the arts to industry. We have Ehsan Nurari, Yusuf Hamid, Ratan Tata, Salman Rushdie, Homi Bhabha, Shamak Davar. These are just some of the names from this school. So Meera, without further ado, I'm going to ask you the first question. I know from media reports and from talking to you that the Cathedral and John Connon School transitioned over one weekend to online learning. How did you make this happen?
First of all, Anjali, thank you for having me here, and thank you, Ashoka University. It's wonderful to be here. Yeah, so let's begin at the beginning. There was all this talk about COVID coming in, it was flying all around. I could see anxiety levels going up, especially for the parents and the teachers. And I needed to be circumspect. We didn't want to promise action when we couldn't. So of course, what we did was, along with the senior management team and our teachers and IT department, we were assured that our bandwidth was okay, because we've been working with smart boards and with the internet for over 7 years already now. So our teachers are quite familiar with that. So, what we really wanted was to go, I mean, the teachers also were very good with Google Classrooms. Zoom was the one problem that we had, and we didn't, we needed to work on that. So I was assured by my internet team and by my teachers that, okay, we can do this, there's no problem. So on the 12th of March, as we sent our children back home on the school buses, I also sent out a mail to all our parents, assuring them of our commitment to their children, and that we would be looking after them, their academics, etc., on various online platforms, and that they were not to worry. And I must say it was pretty good. Our teachers, of course, three more days, the next day and the weekend was spent in getting them up to the mark, getting me also up to the mark, which I'm still not. And well, we started online on Monday, and it went off pretty well. Tremendous buzz, I must say. Our teachers were superb, absolutely superb. Along with the IT team, I think they were just so excited to do this. It was so new and so, what should I say? That was the only thing they could do. There was no offline teaching any longer. And what we did was, some teachers needed laptops, so we gave the school laptops to them. Some decided that they wanted to buy their own laptops. We gave them a loan for that. And that was that. So sent off instructions about timetables and attendance, etc., 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 and had dance and music and yoga, everything up for the kids. And of course, each section did its own thing. It wasn't as though and the HMs, of course, were wonderful also. You know, actually, I just saw fantastic teamwork, absolutely good teamwork. Everybody was in on it. They bought into it. And that is the way we were assured that we could do something like this, which was new to us, really, which was new in many ways. All right. So I don't know, do you want me to say anything more, or should I just keep quiet now?
Thank you very much, Meera. That's fantastic. You've actually described how one of the first characteristics of an agile and adaptive leader, which is not to freeze. Normally, when a crisis occurs, our first tendency is just to freeze and not take action. But you, instead of putting your foot on the brake, put your foot on the accelerator. You actually changed. And the way you describe the teamwork, what Charles Darwin says is that it's not the strongest of the species that survives, but not the most intelligent. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. And what you've described about the teamwork and spirit is really that. So thank you very much for sharing that. I'm going to address the same question to Manika Sharma, the director of the Sri Ram schools, who has also been associated with the school for over 31 years. Manika is a passionate educator who leads an army of 4,500 students and over 550 staff. She was part of the General Council of NCERT for a period of 3 years, and she's also been chosen to be amongst the 28 best principals in our country. So Manika, will you describe the transition that you made to online learning, and what made it possible for you to do this in also this short period of time?
Okay, namaste everyone. Thank you so much, Anjali. Thanks for that. And thank you, Ashoka University, for actually initiating this fabulous webinar. You know, with the global pandemic, it's been very tragic, very hard. We've seen some of the darkest periods. But with any crisis, it spurs us to actually create problem-solving solutions. And that's what we did at the Sri Ram School. And I couldn't have done this alone. So I'd like to correct the adaptive leadership to leadership for me starts from the bottom, from our children, from the entire community, because I won't be able to do this alone. Even if we had a vision, I won't be able to manage that alone without the entire team of the promoters, the principals, the senior management team, the ICT team, the teachers, exactly what Meera spoke about. And again, this is not something new for the Sri Ram School. We are very well experienced in this space, thanks to all the pollution holidays that Delhi and Gurugram had to shut
Ishan? Ishan? Ishan?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think there's been an audio drop. If I may request Ms. Fazal to take on, ma'am, would you like to speak further?
I'm sorry, connection dropped. Am I back?
Anika, can you, guys, can you hear?
Yes, I'm back. I'm back. No, the connectivity dropped. I'm sorry about that. So, it wasn't something new. So when this announcement came, I think we were up to speed with our communication between between February and early March. We had sent out about 3 communications to the parent body, aligning them, orienting them about what's going to pan out in the next couple of weeks. Having said that, of course, we continue to combine research-oriented pedagogy and hands-on projects. The teachers are absolutely fabulous. I mean, it's not easy for teachers to be working out of their kitchens and their bedrooms and their dining rooms and yet conducting and holding the children. So teachers as facilitators is what we saw, and not as hubs of information. We increased the EdTech tools that were necessary for a larger variety of students. And we did a fairly good job. We got huge commendations from our parent body. So that's about it.
Thank you. Manika, thank you very much, because you've shared another aspect of agile and adaptive leadership, which is that very often change creates problems. And these problems require solutions, and those solutions require us to work much harder, and they require much more effort. So as a leader, you've been able to transform the thinking of your entire team, including your parents who gave you so much cooperation, and make them want to embrace this change rather than resist. Of course, the fact that you had this pollution experience helped, but being able to continuously change was important. Let me move to the next one. Thank you for that. Atul, let me move to you and say that it's a similar sort of question for you. But given the composition of your student body, let me first introduce Atul. Atul is the director of Strawberry Fields Kindergarten and the Strawberry Fields High School in Chandigarh. Atul set up the Durga Das Foundation dedicated to his grandfather's memory in 1994. This transformed into the Strawberry Fields Kindergarten and the Strawberry Fields High School, and it's driven by a very committed and dedicated team. Atul is interested in gardening, music, art, and theatre, and Strawberry Fields have embraced all these aspects and even have an active center for the performing arts. And the philanthropic arm has grown to support many underprivileged children. So Atul, given the composition of your student body with over 400 students from the EWS or the economically weaker sections of society, how did you expand, impact and reach in these pandemic times?
Thank you, Anjali. In fact, this is a period in history that will be marked and revisited by future generations, and a lot of responsibility rests on us. But the question you asked is very important. So right from the moment the school started and the team started immediate work on home engagement modules, the approach taken was to ensure inclusivity of all. This meant bringing over 1,960 students on the same page. The school's online portal was the most effective platform for reaching out to all, and fortunately, due to the penetration of cellular phones, this was the first step. We kept ourselves abreast with what the government guidelines were and developed our own point persons in the administration and education department to clarify doubts and understand implications of every ruling, directive, and notification. These were then simply and firmly communicated. And the second aspect was to adapt our teaching and learning methodology to ensure that well-planned, focused, and engaging home assignment modules were designed and meticulously created for each class group, comprising various subjects, keeping in mind the fact that this online uploading platform was a one-way process. The educators made sure each module and worksheet was complete, packaged, which did not require textbooks, and moved from familiar to non-familiar learning objectives. Once we moved on to the more interactive and face-to-face platforms of Google Meet and Micro Team, the transition was absolutely seamless. However, we were most concerned about challenges which students were still facing due to poor, network connectivity. They were unable to access the online portal for home engagements, modules, but then they were able to access with good internet connectivity. To cater to them, we continue to run parallel uploads of HEMs on the school portals and ensure that class educators were reaching out to every student via phone and WhatsApp. And this includes the underprivileged too.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Atul. You've given us another dimension where you have looked at inclusivity. And what you've said is that you listened to every parent, you called every parent, you reached them in any way that was possible. Change is good. You embraced it in a way which was really positive. Thank you, Atul. I'm now going to move on to Nurain Fazal. Nurain worked with IBM and Reuters for 10 years globally before returning to India. She conceived and conceptualized the Inventure Academy, which today is amongst India's top 3 schools. Nurain believes that quality education can empower youth to bring positive change. She is passionate about yoga and sports and has represented Karnataka at cricket and basketball at one time. So truly multidimensional and well-rounded. Nurain, in your response to the pandemic, what steps did you take to expand impact and reach? I know you've done some really innovative things, so I'd like to hear about that, especially about the students.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to come here and share our experiences. I'm going to share a couple of examples here. And it was around about mid-March when we realized that we were faced the very real prospect of not being able to start the new academic year in mid-May on campus. So we decided to flip it and say, hey, let's go to the students. They're the key stakeholders. Let's ask them to be a part of the solution and really use this crisis as an opportunity to reimagine classes and school. So we launched a Changemaker Challenge. Thanks to the power of technology, we were able to take it far and wide. And we had over 100 teams participating across South Asia and Gulf. What we did was for a period of 2 months, we gave them the opportunity to participate in workshops on design thinking. We had a crack team of mentors and guides, both from Inventure as well as ex-Googlers who work with us. And we also provide them funding to take something from concept through to pilot. And what the students told us was to help them bring learning alive. They asked for more interactivity through AR, VR. They wanted kids to be sent home. They wanted more inclusivity. They had ideas for schools to support deaf students, students in government schools, rural India, and focused on mental health, co-curricular education. And what we've now done is we've set up an incubator with schools like Inventure and other partner schools to really expand the reach of these ideas. The second, really in keeping with our belief that education needs to help every child find their purpose. You know, what is that sweet spot between what they're good at doing, what the world needs, what they love doing, and what they can be paid for? So we, like the other panelists mentioned, we're carrying on with co-curricular education as well, including, believe it or not, inland swimming. So using training drills to work on their cardiovascular fitness, their functional fitness, work on their technique. And this is something which is used by competitive swimmers around the world, including one of our own students who's the breaststroke champion for India. So really, I think this is a great opportunity to basically say the new world requires new learning. Educators in India really need to change that paradigm of success, go beyond board exams, and look at providing an education which helps every student be the best possible version of themselves and contribute to making the world a better place. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Nurain. If I had any child who was of school-going age, I would definitely send them to you. So you should, I would encourage you all to look at the Inventure Academy website where the swim training is actually revealed. And that's really interesting. In fact, the example that Nurain has given is something that one of our professors at Harvard Business School, Linda Hill, keeps talking about. She says that innovation is about that which is new and useful. To get the new, you need to unleash lots of ideas. And then to get the useful, you have to figure out how to leverage and harness those ideas and deal with the diversity and conflict that comes from that, to come up with a useful solution that will be for the collective good. And I think both your Changemaker Challenge and the swim team examples reflect that. So thank you very much, Nurain. I'm going to move on to the next question, which is for Anuradha Monga. Anuradha Monga's professional career started in the mid-1980s when she became vice chair of the school board and the Parent-Teacher Association at the British School in New Delhi. Anu is the founder and chairperson at the Association of International Schools of India, TAISI, which is this acronym. And the primary objective of TAISI is to create a platform on which stakeholders can engage through dialogue, workshops, cooperation, sharing, and alliance building. At the core of everything is student learning, especially focusing on special education needs children. More about that later. TAISI reaches over 150 institutions, ranging from schools to publishers, technology providers, auxiliary education services, education boards, and universities. But as I said, I wanted to talk about the special needs children. So though you have founded the International Schools Association, you work very closely with children who have learning disabilities and who need a high-touch environment. How have you managed the change in these times of physical and social distancing?
Good afternoon, all of you. It's a pleasure to be with the family of educators. Yes, I don't take it as a challenge or a threat. I take whatever has happened is as a resource and how we can work on it. And so we have different stages of special need kids. Some kids are very highly autistic and also need more help. Their concentration level is only 13% of concentration. And what we do with the highly, ADHD kids and other learning needs issues, we work with them on Zoom once a week. The teacher talks to them, so she can ask some questions and she knows and she can assess those kids. There's a lot which the parent body does, and it really works well because these parents are so forthcoming to help. And we also work with a special, app which is inserted into the non-verbal kids' their laptops or the iPads, and when they type, it speaks. So that really helps the kids. In fact, I have found, and what we've done is whatever lesson we taught, they have been learning the last semester, it's being repeated to them. And of course, there's a lot of work with parents and teachers and the students, to develop curiosity, gardening, because you learn a lot with gardening. And, so much of science comes out in that, and some sports, and storytelling is a very important part of these kids. So what I can see that it has, I've not taken it as a threat. I'm really working towards this, and now even trying to get some of these kids. And one thing I want to advise all the schools, that they put all these learning needs kids in a special room. And that's not how it's supposed to be. We can learn a lot from them. It should be inclusive classes, whether it's online or whether it is, in classrooms. We've also worked a lot with parents, and we have coffee chats on Zoom link, and just informal discussions that how we are working with your kids. So it's really nice how we work. And we also work with NOS kids. Now they're all right. NOS is a CBSE program. They have to take at least 5 subjects, and it can go on for 2-3 years. They don't have to finish everything the first year. And they go online, and they're happy kids, and they've got into very different schools, and it's accepted. NOS is accepted all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anu. I think it is really interesting to hear that you've not looked at this as a crisis, but as an opportunity, and that you've used inspiration and innovation to actually move this ahead. There was a guy I knew called Ben Zander. He used to run actually an orchestra, who was saying that leaders have the responsibility to get their people to focus on opportunity. And opportunity is only one sentence away. It's the thing you need to say after confronting a very difficult situation. And I think, for these high-touch children, what everybody imagines is difficult, the way you've described it is really fabulous. Thank you very much, Anu. I'm now going to go on to the next round of questions, and I'm going to again start with Meera. Meera, schooling is being reimagined. We know that there's going to be a fair degree of uncertainty. There's going to be a new reality. schools will open, close, there may be lockdowns and so on. So how do you reimagine schooling? And how do you plan to create new opportunities and use this hybrid online, offline mode to increase student learning, keep students learning continuous, and to improve the teacher experience? Because this is going to continue. So
yes.
Meera?
Yes, this will continue. But the fact is that actually at the moment a fire has been lit and everybody seems to be so enthusiastic about it that I simply cannot see us going back to something that is almost obsolete now. All right. And tech is here to stay. There is innovation, which is of course the key. But I really do feel that all of us together should be sharing our experiences by collaboration, cooperation, regular exchange of ideas. And I think I'm going to make that really my midterm, I don't know when it will be open, my resolution, because we really are on the brink of a revolution in Indian education. There's just no question in my mind about it. Share best practices. Let us all benefit from it and let all our children benefit.
Meera, thank you. Manika, would you like to say how you are thinking of looking at this hybrid learning, this Corona coaster time, this on off? What are you planning?
Corona coaster, that sounds really good. Okay, so aptly described. At the Sri Ram school, we've had a clear vision. It was already there. We just had to realign and enable all. Like I said, kudos to the teacher community. They all came together and they took upon themselves things differently, very differently, because this was not about 2 days or 3 days. This was going to continue for weeks on end. And we thought what was the best thing to do. So, children, teenagers especially, were disassociated, were away from their friends, their peers, their lifelines, the hugs and the talks and all of that. School experience is very different. Online is very different. So as the senior management team, we came together and we decided that what do we do for children that will keep them engaged and connected? And here's where the teachers and the students came together. And we did some very exciting events that are very close to their heart. For example, we initiated the student council elections and nominations online. Now that kept the children engaged for a good week. And it was exciting, it was engaging, it was there for all parents to experience with their children sitting in bedrooms and dining rooms. And this was happening online. For the first ever, the exchange programs, children were ready to go in the summer overseas to Europe. And now the virtual exchanges have started. So the cross-cultural experience at both ends is absolutely phenomenal. Online assemblies led by the respective principals, engaging with their students, the head boy, head girl, talking to the students about what's in store, what's going to be different, how do you equip yourself? You see, because we have to look at the mental and the emotional health. Children are not even going out to play. How much is too much? Do we really want so much screen time for the very young children? So again, the team came up with something which they call the Shri Radio or the Shri Storytellers, where they can actually tune into stories that are by their teachers for the children. So these are some of the new things that we've done. We made sure that we ensured equity among students, because we also have a very heterogeneous group of students in our school. We do have the children from the economically weaker section constituting 25% all-inclusive. We do have the special needs children who definitely need much more care, and the special educators have gone online with each child individually, drawing up programs for them. We have to plan to heighten the mental and physical spaces, for the children, and none of this was possible without the core of digital citizenship. So that's where we are, and my staff is invested to another level. And I again want to thank my senior management team. I can't do this without them for sure.
It's very interesting to hear from both of you. You both played a very poor hand well, because you've really taken schooling beyond the school and learning beyond the classroom. And you've looked at the three good things, that could arrive rather than the negative. So thank you, Meera. Thank you, Manika, for sharing that. I'm going to move to Nurain. Nurain, how would you make your school product highly desirable and differentiate it from competition?
Really?
I'm now thinking forward.
Right.
Because you have the opportunity to actually attract students from everywhere. So how would you differentiate your product and make it highly desirable?
Yeah. I think really by creating a very agile and innovative culture within the school where people are given responsibility. You have an idea. This is something my team always goes a bit crazy with. We have an idea and we just say, okay, let's make it happen. So even our response to the coronavirus, at the end of last academic year, we took the opportunity to roll out synchronous and asynchronous academic classes. Over the summer, we didn't sit back. We did co-curricular beyond academics summer camp. We did the Changemaker Challenge. We did our inventory, which is anchored in project-based learning and student choice. So at each step, we experimented, we took feedback from our stakeholders, we learned, we adapted, and we made it better. So I think that's really critical. And the other thing is really to ensure sustainability. One is, of course, financial, like Mr. Deepak Parekh talked about. And I will talk about this because I think it's a very sensitive topic, and parents are hurting as well right now. And there tends to be a distrust of the private school managements. So I think that's critical really to build a culture of mutual trust and respect with all stakeholders. As a school, we very quickly ascertained how much cash we will need to see at least this academic year through. And we spoke to each of our stakeholders directly, including students. We spoke to faculty and said, hey, don't worry, your salaries are not going to get impacted. We in fact invested in their training, in technology. And with parents, we pulled back on the fee hike to basically say, hey, we're with you. We gave them easier installments. We came up with a contingency fund. So really at every step of the way, I think what institutions need to do to differentiate themselves is to provide an education which is relevant for an ever-changing, uncertain world, and work with all the stakeholders very collaboratively and really make them partners in the relentless pursuit of your school's vision.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In fact, this goes back to something that Meera said a little bit earlier, where she said that, if we can share and we can collaborate, and you're also saying the same thing, that let's engage with all the stakeholders. It's really about not looking at the pie as a limited pie and thinking about how you can get a bigger slice of the pie, but actually how can you make the pie bigger?
May I add to that, please? What we're also doing is working with a government school in our neighborhood. So our teachers, we've actually recruited teachers there, and our senior teachers at Inventure work with them. Even through this crisis, learning has carried on through smartphones and WhatsApp. So I think we really need to, raise the tide for everybody, because if there's one thing this has taught us, coronavirus has taught us, is that our well-being is very interdependent. So I think it's great learning from this.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'm going to spring off that and go to Atul. Atul, I know that you have a large number of staff and a large number of people, and building on the sustainability point and what Meera and Malika have said earlier, how would you make your school, how would you differentiate it from competition? How would you make your school product highly desirable? How would you continue to remain sustainable in these times?
Anjali, I believe that each institution is driven by ideologies which forms the basis of its foundation. More effectively, these are displayed in everyday interactions and workings of its people, then they can cement the culture and character of that institution. At Strawberry Fields, our differentiator is how we view people, our students, educators, support staff, and parents. The transparency, ease of communication, approachability, respect, and acceptance of differences stem from this. Our lines of authority are well defined, and yet they blur when there is need for collaboration, participation, and an atmosphere which calls for mutual respect and learning from one another.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Atul. Thank you. Anu, I'm just going to ask you if you have a sentence or two to give, to talk about how you would reimagine learning in this and the new ways of working. What would you say to the audience? If you were to reimagine new ways of working, what would you say to the audience?
I would talk to the audience and say that it's not so easy. Brick and mortar is also very important, and so we have to really make a roadmap. My video is not on?
No, but doesn't matter. We can hear you.
Okay, sorry. So we have to make a roadmap and work with all the stakeholders work with technology, with support staff, with our faculty, with our parents, and and then draw the map. It will not take 6 months also. Schooling is schooling. My only point is that we do have to have, it has to be a brick and mortar is very essential, because there are some kids who don't find that place at home. So it's the schools are beyond, it's also beyond learning. And like what I said, that if we have homes, that's also brick and mortar. The water pipe may get clogged, then we have to work how to work towards it. So the map is very essential, because there are disadvantages of blending learning or reimagining schools. But so we have to really study that.
Thank you, Anu. Thank you very much. I did have a third question for each panelist, but I see that we are running out of time. So I'm going to move to the audience questions. We have a large number of people in the audience and a huge number of questions. So the questions are divided into challenges, process, and best practices. And something that has been very frequently asked is about how do you do online assessments? And what's the best method of assessment in the current situation?
That's what we're working on.
So I'm not sure whether, Meera, would you like to answer that?
Well, we are just working on that. We had one run through yesterday. Oh dear.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, Meera.
All right. And we are also working with formative assessments. And the fact is that, you have to have, we've put some things in place. I really don't know about how well it's going to work. We've got to check. On Monday is going to be the first assessment really that we are going to see. And only then will I be able to give any kind of feedback on that. But it's been a fairly complicated sort of affair. And we hope it's going to work well. And then maybe I could answer that, not before that.
Thank you.
May I take
Thank
that?
You. Is there anybody else who's done anything on assessment?
Could I take that, Anjali? Could I just talk about that?
What I really learned from you, Meera, is that you try something out, you experiment, you've done it. Yes, of course. Go ahead.
While it's work in progress, just like Meera said, for us at the Sri Ram School, but we'll have to bring in, these are things to think about. And because we'll have to bring in some flexibility in assessments, whether children are in school or out of home. We will have to have devices for all. We will have to take critical decisions around absenteeism, grading, progression. And these things are only possible. And I speak for Noreen. Thank you very much. Noreen is a person who collaborates so much. She has shared some brilliant ideas with us, and all of us are in a space where we are discussing assessments presently. So I think in a couple of weeks from now, we will be happy to share with whosoever is asked. So share their email ID and we will get back to them.
Thank you very much. I think the fact that we are continuously learning is important. The other thing is that just a quick, just one word answer. Everybody's asking, what has been the students' response to online learning? So if each person, just a one or two word answer to that. What has been the students' response to online learning?
They have been, shall I go?
Noreen?
Yeah, they've absolutely embraced it. It's given them a sense of purpose.
Atul? Atul, you're muted.
It's been absolutely wonderful. I would go with Noreen, and I think it's been very, very positive. Of course, we've had some regular glitches, but we've been able to overcome those.
Anu, what was the response of the students to online learning? I think, has she dropped off? Anu? You're muted, Anu.
Yeah, now you can hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. What was the response of the students?
Yeah,
yes, what was the response?
I had two kinds of responses. One, some students took it very well and they enjoyed it and they learned so much more because there were different resources and a lot of, peer talking. But there have been incidents when kids couldn't really get online. Like recently, there was a case in Kerala 3 days ago. A student committed suicide. And that was very heartbreaking. So when I heard Salman Khan today, I thought that, you know, when he said it's turning into other languages, this is really going to help the kids.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else wants to chime in, or should I move on to the next question?
Yeah, the kids really have taken to it like ducks to water. They loved it.
Absolutely loved it. Good. So it's important that the quality of learning and the inclusive learning has not suffered. Really, it is an opportunity for us to reimagine learning and reimagine the way it is, which it is done. So there's a question that has come back frequently. How do you build a team which is agile, and how do you keep the team motivated? How do you build a team which is agile, and how do you keep the team motivated? Manika, would you like to respond?
Yeah, sure. So that's an easy one. I think you have to believe in them, trust them, engage, empower them, not be a controlling sort of head of school or leader, whatever capacity, in whichever hierarchy you fit in. And that's how teams are built. They have to, they have to be the wind beneath our wings, as they say. And when you give it to the teams, they deliver. In my personal experience, I say so because I feel that I just sit back. Actually, I have the least work probably because you share an idea and you see that it's implemented in a couple of weeks from when it was shared. And that means that the team is motivated. And basic premise is trust.
Yes.
That's about it. And one more thing, can I just add, Anjali, can I add one more thing? Yes. I think very, very sensitive HR policies as a school is important. And that's what we take great pride in, because the staff know that we care. And when somebody knows you care, they go all out. So sound HR policies.
May I say something here, Anjali? May I say something?
Yes. Yes,
Anjali,
yes, Meera.
I honestly feel that, yes, what I would go 100% with whatever Manika said just now. I think it's the trust and the empathy. They know that you are there for them. And the moment they know that, the teachers, they are absolutely, I mean, I just can't thank them enough. I always feel so blessed to have a team like them. And I think it's very, very important. I'm just moving slightly away from whatever's here to say that teachers are such a pillar of society. They are to be respected. They are to be held with dignity. And I think that's so important because in our society, sometimes, you know, Are kya hai? Teacher hai? You know, what nonsense? That's ridiculous. And I find that very, very hurtful. I think we need to give our teachers not just expect that, okay, there's a teacher, therefore the person must be paid less. Why? She's doing such a fantastic job. Everyone in society has had a school teacher behind him or her. I think we need to value that. You know, that's very
absolutely.
Can I say something here?
Yes, and I'm going to stop this over here and just say that in one of the previous sessions, they said that the role of the teacher has been redefined. It's no longer just a knowledge repository, but it is really an inspirer and encourager. And that's exactly what Meera is saying. Atul, actually, I'm glad that you want to say something, but I have a question for you, which has come from the panel. May I ask that? You can answer if you like. Which is that how, as a leader, as a school leader, Atul, how are you addressing issues related to parental anxieties and fee reduction requests from them?
You know, we honestly, we haven't had so many requests at school, but we've had a couple of them and we tried to connect with each parent. We tried to communicate. I had my accounts department communicate with almost every parent who had some concern. I tried to write to them myself. We communicated through an SMS explaining them the practical considerations that need to be taken, or kept in mind. And I think parents were very receptive. And I have to share on this platform, I've every day received very encouraging messages and calls from my accounts department to say, sir, calling up a parent has been such a wonderful experience. They're so understanding. They understand what the problems of the schools are. So I think it's that effective communication, and we've always tried to maintain and keep that. So perhaps that has helped.
Yes, absolutely. The pillar of communication, which is so important. there was one last question, which maybe any of you can pick up if you want to. Did any students face any problems with regard to engagement, security, and safety getting onto an online platform?
May I say this? Can I?
Yes, Anu.
Yeah,
yes, go ahead, Anu.
I saw some students who were very wary of the online program. The reason was that earlier, a few months ago, some skits followed them online, and there was a lot of cybercrime. And they were nervous even to get onto that machine. And then we had to work through them, counseling them, but they're okay now and they're getting on, but they were very nervous because the cybercrime has become so much in schools these days.
Sorry, may I just come in there, please?
Yes, go ahead.
What we're finding is that students who are generally introverts, and actually even teachers, the classroom management has actually gone up. The engagement levels have gone up. And I think part of the reason is that students can actually see each other. So maybe this is something to think about when we go back to school in campus. But I think this has been an absolutely amazing opportunity and something which we've all held off on, in terms of integrating technology. But this is an opportunity for all types of learners to truly engage and find their pathways to success.
Thank you very much, Naren. That would be a great closing note for us because we are almost out of time. We've covered almost all the questions that have come. If you had to give a one-word piece of advice, Naren, what would it be? Just a sentence of advice to the audience.
Take on board all your stakeholders, put yourself in their shoes. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Keep them all involved. Keep them all.
Yeah, you basically have to make sure, someone once said that we're all in the same storm, but we're in different boats, right? So I think we need to appreciate and understand that.
Anybody else?
So, yeah.
I think the new normal, if I may just step in, is that the new
advice.
Is some.
Yes.
May I? Okay.
Yes.
I think the new normal would be anytime, anywhere learning model. I saw somebody asking a question about remediation and how would you do remediation? It's so easy now because after school you again connect back with your children and give them a one-on-one lesson. So anytime, anywhere learning model is the new normal. We will not be restricted to timings and the school day.
Anjali, can I say something?
We've got only 30 seconds left. So long as it's 30 seconds.
Yeah. So I just feel that if we don't change, we'll become the casualty of that change. That's it.
Amazing. Yes, Atul, jaldi se.
The value system and how our core sense of self is changing during the pandemic needs to be seen in the light of the COVID-19. Instead we are focusing on the right values that can make our students strong and effective. And education is all about being
amazing.
A guiding light and a trendsetter. And I think this composition of panel today to come up with recommendations for a way forward where all of us can agree to adopt those adaptive leadership traits to lead our teams in the future.
Thank you very much, all of you, for sharing the examples and the stories and the anecdotes and the actions and the initiatives that you have actually taken. Through your actions, you have demonstrated adaptive and agile leadership, and you've shown us what is required to navigate through these challenges, that we need to reimagine the product, we need to reimagine the market operations, and we need to reimagine the way we work. And that is what is being demanded of us as agile and adaptive leaders. So thank you very much. There was one aspect that we didn't touch on, which was the back office, bus drivers, and etc. But I know that all of you have done great work. Your emails are available. I'm sure Ashoka will make that available to you in case you need. So we are going to now, I want to just say thank you to each one of you and for joining this panel, for being here. I've enjoyed myself. I must say I was nervous with all my school leaders. I was remembering being back in school. I have individual relationships with each one of you, so I was nervous about being here.
I feel the same way, Anjali.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Stay safe.
Thank you, Anjali, and our panel for that very rich, comprehensive discussion. The discussion brought to light some terrific examples of what these leaders have done in these unprecedented times to sustain their institutions and also uphold continuous learning. Acknowledging that change is a constant and that it can come unannounced, I think was a great acknowledgement, because this is something that we've got to live with as we move forward. Making it imperative, therefore, for leaders to be a lot more agile, a lot more adaptive, sensitive, inclusive, inspirational, and collaborative. The converting a crisis into an opportunity and adopting a positive stance is what the theme of this discussion was. And a lot of it had to do with, leadership lessons that we've all heard about and read about. And honestly, there's no change in the ask. It's more about putting these practices to play as we move forward in these continuously changing and dynamic times. So thank you once again for that very, very rich discussion. To all the audience, this concludes track 2 for us. However, the conference continues on track 1. We hope you've enjoyed all these sessions as much as we've enjoyed bringing them to you. Thank you very much for your participation and your encouragement and your questions and your engagement with each of the discussions. We'd also like to thank our partners, Harvard Business School, India Research Center, Khan Academy, IC3, FICCI Arise, College Board, TICE, Exceed, and Center for their support. As I said, the conference continues on track 1, and there are some interesting keynote sessions still to come your way. The first among them is a keynote talk by Mr. Manoj Ahuja, Chairman of CBSE. The session will start at 3:45 p.m. and will be moderated by Mrs. Richa Sharma Agnihotri, Principal of Sanskriti School, Delhi. Following this would be a talk by the Dean of Harvard Graduate School of Education. Please use the link to track 1 in your chat box to participate in these sessions. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Just a reminder that track 2 has ended. However, sessions are continuing on track 1. There's presently a session going on by Manoj Ahuja, Chairperson, Central Board of Secondary Education, titled Moving Towards Competency-Based Education. You would probably want to enjoy that session. Kindly log in to track 1 based on the link shared with you in the chat box in the Zoom panel. Thank you. Hello, everyone. We'd like to request you to join our closing keynote on track 1. It is titled Lessons from the Spring and Thoughts for the Future by Bridget T. Long, Dean, Harvard Graduate School of Education. This will run on track 1, the link for which is in the chat box in the Zoom panel. Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is to let you know that our closing keynote is live on track 1. It is titled Lessons from the Spring and Thoughts for the Future by Bridget T. Long, Dean, Harvard Graduate School of Education. To access the link, please click on the link shared in your chat box in the Zoom panel. You can log out of track 2 because the sessions here have concluded. Thank you so much.